Go ahead.
That was good. Okay, I hereby call the Belmont-Redwood Shore School District Board meeting to order at 5:01 PM. Do we have any comments from the public for closed session?
There are no comments from the public.
In that case, I will convene to closed session at this time at 5:01 PM.
We'll head on to downstairs.
Are we ready? Okay, Jerome. She's finding stuff on your desk right now. You want
Okay,
me to go grab her?
yeah, just let her know we're starting.
Here she got it.
I will reconvene the meeting at 6:21 PM.
It's in here. Oh, yes.
And hi, welcome, come on in.
Good evening.
And we're just calling the meeting to order, so we will start out with item number 5 is the flag salute. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. And for item number 6, we have some announcements. First of all, this meeting is being recorded and also broadcast on YouTube. So don't forget to click the like button and subscribe to this channel, of course. And also during closed session, the board reviewed 2 confidential settlements to resolve claims against the district instead of proceeding to litigation. In the first case, the board voted 5-0 to accept the confidential settlement. In the second case, the board also voted 5-0 to accept the confidential settlement. And with that, we'll move on to item number 7, the Board of Trustees report. So why don't we start on my right with Trustee Bopali?
Sure. I know that for everybody, definitely COVID is on everyone's minds. And I know that we're all committed to the number one priority is to keep our kids in school and in-person learning. That's for sure. But another issue, which is probably on the minds of some 5th grade students and parents, is middle school choice. And I wanted to just remind everyone that each of our 3 middle school programs at Ralston, Nesbit, and Sandpiper, each of them has unique benefits. And the best way to decide when we were, at that stage trying to decide was to go to the webinars. At that point, they were in person, but now it's on the webs. And the district is providing a webinar on January 20th from 6 to 7 p.m. And that's going to be a joint meeting for Ralston, Sandpiper, and Nesbit. If you go on the district's website, you can get all the information in the enrollment section. And I just wanted to really make that clear because it's only about a week from now, but it's a really important decision. And again, that's January 20th, 6 to 7 p.m. So that's all I have.
Thank you. And we'll continue on to Trustee Koo.
Sure. Let's see, I hope everyone had a restful break. I'm sure we all needed it because we came back to some pretty crazy times. I did want to summarize that I went to the school force board meeting last December. It seems so long ago, but there were a lot of appreciations and thank yous there. And discussion of having that pipeline of board members for school force, as well as Save the Music, because that is a big event. It's coming up in April and everyone's trying to figure out what the COVID protocols are going to be. But really glad of my time being the liaison for the past year. And now I pass the baton to our President Leinbach. And then we'll talk later about the 2x2x2 meeting, but we did that virtually. So that was good. I had a chance to join the San Mateo County Superintendent's Hall. Yes, the whole goal is schools are staying open. And really kudos to the county. I guess they've gotten school nurses to help staff the after-school vaccination clinics, and that's really helped a lot in getting access for more students to get vaccinated. And today I went to the San Mateo County electeds call. It's the first time in months that we've had to meet. I think there was one when the Delta surge was happening. But I'll let Superintendent DeGuara talk about Dr. Morrow's quote, but I think we all remembered it. I was just like, wow, okay. But I did want to mention that he said to be mindful of mirror neurons. So I think that's a good tip to all of us, that we reflect the emotions of those around us. So if people around you are stressed, anxious, fearful, then you will start becoming that way too. So we really should try to surround ourselves with positive influences and maintain that perspective. And I thought that was good advice for everyone to have. And, I really appreciate the availability of testing and vaccination at our school sites, because I'm hearing so many stories of people having to wait 5 days to get an appointment for a test, and people not getting results for days. But, it's relatively straightforward to get tested at either Ralston or Redwood Shores Elementary. And they did have a little bit of a delay that first week back from the winter break. But I just got tested yesterday and got my results this morning. So they're back to their 24-hour turnaround, and it's been really great. And last thing, I really wanted to send out a kudos to our principals and our administrative staff, because the past 2 weeks has been really nuts. And I know that they've been working round the clock to figure out who's a close contact and sending out those notifications. And those notifications are coming like every day. So it's been crazy. So really appreciate everyone's hard work.
Thank you, Trustee Koo. On to Trustee Posse.
Happy New Year to everyone, since this is the first time we're meeting after the new year. I just want to reiterate what Trustee Koo just said about gratitude to the district for having the daily testing. Not all school districts have that ability, offer that for their community. And our community has that ability to go any day of the week to 2 different sites that hopefully are close to them. And then also just wanted to remind everyone that we have our vaccination clinic coming up on Monday, as well as Tuesday evening. So it's all day Monday, or I don't remember the exact hours. I think it's 8 to 5 on Monday and 3 to 7 on Tuesday. And then there's a third date as well. So all the information is on our BRSD website. So just want to encourage everyone to take advantage of it, whether it's a booster that you need or getting vaccination. Just all of us doing our part in the community helps us all try to get to the peak that keeps being forecasted at the end of this month. And hopefully it'll come faster and we'll be on the downside of that curve.
Thank you, Trustee Posse. On to Vice President Howard.
So the first thing I wanted to comment on was our testing handout. And I was glad to see how well that event went. It really was a testament to our community and the ability for us to listen to each other and rally around each other. I know that some of that just really whipped itself into shape over 2 or 3 days. And I can't tell you how appreciative I am of Mayor Mates and Chief Stenquist for listening to our concerns around traffic and flow, and being very willing to support the district in that effort so that we didn't have a huge backup of cars onto Ralston, which we know can be a big problem. I also want to thank Officer Abinator and our other SROs and the Belmont Police that came out, and as well as our traffic division and the volunteers in the traffic division that came to help out. They made things very smooth and allowed us to focus on informatics and handouts as opposed to traffic control. And that was just a huge, great benefit. And really, when you see something like that, you think sometimes it's tough to be a small community because you don't have as many resources, but sometimes it's awesome to be a small community because you have a lot more flexibility and ability to listen to each other. And I also want to thank the district staff. So Dan, I know, spent a lot of his time over the holidays making sure that handout went smoothly. Both Kristen Sevilla and Kristen over here, Ellinger, were there. Ching Pei was there. Sabrina, the principal, was out there handing out things, and a few more people as well. And, you know, these were all folks that were stepping out of their normal role and didn't have to do that on Monday, but rose to the occasion and really stepped up. And I really appreciate everything that you guys did. I went to a PTA council meeting on Tuesday, and it's always good to get a sense of how people are feeling and what's going on in their different sites. I especially wanted to thank one of our parents who shared her frustration with the flow sheet and the catch-22 that our family got into with our well-intended guidance around return to school and exposure, highlighting how there are sometimes decision loops that happen in this context that put you in a no-win situation and can be counter to what we are trying to do, which is to maintain as many children in the classroom as we can while we go through this surge of COVID. And I'm appreciative of the illustration that our decision-making trees are not necessarily perfect, but we're going to keep working towards a more perfect solution. And that kind of insight is really helpful. So I'm really appreciative for that parent for sharing that story and being so open with us. I did go to attend a good portion of the city council meeting for Belmont this last Tuesday. And what was really interesting is that they're now talking about their districting efforts. And so Belmont, like many small government bodies, are in a position where they're having to move towards district-based elections. And that time frame and their consultants are helping them with that time frame, which is over just a few months that they're going over that debate with the goal of having those district lines drawn by this November's election. The reason I want to point that out is because that discussion is led by a consulting group, and the advice that they were given they're being given as they walk through that process is actually quite interesting, and those meetings are recorded, and so you can go to that section of that meeting and be educated a bit on redistricting or districting. And I expect there's going to be a series of report outs and hearings on districting for Belmont. And why I bring that up is because we're sort of in that situation where eventually we expect that we're going to go to district-based elections. And as we watch Belmont go through that, it can be very informative and illustrative and educational for us to understand that process and how the district lines were drawn, et cetera. I also want to thank our staff, especially our site leads, our educators, our support staff, and our community. During this stressful time, everyone seems to be stepping up. And I know people are working crazy long hours to make that happen. I know that people are stressed. I know that there are times when we feel like we can't put out our best product. I know that there are people in our community that have been very helpful in making sure that not only are their children behaving the appropriate rules around masking and reporting and testing, that they're doing that themselves. And I really feel like we're going to get through this together. It's a for now thing. It's not a forever thing. But we also realize this is a stressful time. So thank you for everyone for all your efforts around keeping our children in school. They deserve it. It's the safest environment for them. It will help us move through this time. And last but not least, one of the insights that we've gained from School Force recently is that the Education Excellence Campaign, the EEC, was quite successful. And we see that our fundraising efforts are moving forward instead of backwards, meaning that it appears that folks are jumping into the EDC and moving their fundraising donations towards school force to the earlier part of the year, not the later part of the year. And that's a good trend. And why that's a good trend is it allows us to make decisions as a district in terms of what kind of services we're going to be able to provide for children. And that's what we're here for. We're not here for showing a great number. We're here for providing services for our kids and making sure that they have the best effort, our best experience they can through this part of their lives. So thank you, School Force, and thank all of you who have contributed to the EDC. We're still getting money rolling in, and that's a really great thing. That's all I got. That's enough.
Many of the comments that I was going to make have already been said, so I will keep it short and appreciate all my colleagues giving thanks and recognition to all the hard work that's been done by many, many people. One thing I will add is Monday is a school holiday, and of course to celebrate the accomplishments of Dr. Martin Luther King. And you know, while many kids love a day off and many adults do too, let's remember that everything that Dr. King did, his accomplishments and all the work he did for civil rights and his legacy that followed. But also let's remember that the work he started is not done yet and needs to continue. So I will make my comments at that, and we'll move on to item number 8, which is the superintendent's report. So Superintendent Gara,
Great.
have the floor.
All right, thank you. You know, I will always say every time it gets to my point in the agenda here, I always reflect on how much has actually happened since our last meeting, but really over the last 2 weeks. And I want to spend my time really echoing what you all said, just expressing my gratitude for our entire community, for coming together, for rallying, for giving grace, for being flexible, for adjusting on the fly, all those good things. I also want to give huge props to our staff. Across the board, staff have been incredibly flexible, whether that's our classified staff or certificated staff, always willing to fill in, always willing to make an adjustment. We had specialists that were covering classes. We had classified staff that were doing things that might not normally fall under their job description. We had our teachers giving up their prep time so that the teacher could be used in a different manner. Everybody just has been really flexible, knowing that our biggest thing is to keep our students in class, in a safe environment, and continuing to provide as much normalcy for them as we're able. So also our principals have just been amazing. I'll put our coordinators and our assistant principals in that bucket too. They have really taken the responsibility of notifying our community whenever there's a positive case extremely seriously. We kind of set that 24-hour bench notifying, and they're upholding that. There's been many nights where I've been working with principals into the wee hours or started in the wee hours of the morning so that we can get that through. So Mike, you're here. I will thank you personally for that. Also, Julie, Director Eastburn, she didn't have anything on the agenda tonight. I said, I want you to go. If you can squeak in a few hours to rest and relax, please do. But she's been working tirelessly to get everything out, to do a thorough job and make sure that our community is informed that we're moving the work forward. So just big thank you to our entire community, especially our staff that have been working around the clock.
All right. On to item number 9 for speakers wishing to address the board. Of course, the school board holds meetings in front of the public. So there's full transparency and also gives the public the right to address the board with their opinions. The audience is very light now, so I'm assuming we don't have.
Have somebody that's here.
We do have someone here. Okay.
I will go get.
Well, let me, I'll make my announcement.
This is Jessica Torres.
I'm sorry, I'll just finish this and then I'll.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't know that there was anyone out there. Briefly, of course, to do so, you can submit a card to Ms. Ellinger, who will note the agenda item if appropriate. And the public has a right to address agenda and non-agenda items for the meeting within the jurisdiction of the board. If you're addressing the board on a non-agenda item, please be aware that the provisions of the Brown Act prohibit the board from acting or discussing such matters at this meeting, including responding. The intent is that the board should not be discussing a matter that the public has not been made aware of, so as to not limit their opportunity to potentially share their comments as well. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person per topic. In fairness to all, we ask everyone please respect the time limits. And
With that, we have Jessica Torres who will be speaking.
Ms. Torres, please.
Multiple topics.
Oh, multiple topics?
Yes. Hand that over to. Thank you.
Good evening, Happy New Year. Start whenever?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Jessica. I'm a mother of a child who attends school at Belmont-Redwood Shores District. I attend council meetings, ELAC PTA, Open Doors PTA, and most of the board meetings. I would like to raise 5 concerns: of COVID testing resources and information, Tennessee transportation, bullying, distance learning, ELO state funds. I'm coming here today to share this because unfortunately I have reached out to the district multiple times and haven't been able to resolve these issues. I'm here to represent the minority group, Tennessee program families, ELEC, special ed students, and all those parents in the community who are suffering from the pandemic. This is the 5th day my child has been home from school, from school bullying and the fear of contracting COVID. My child's therapist, Paul Lucic, has not been able to talk to my child because he's been substituting every day. My other concern is the Tennessee transportation issue, which started arising since the district switched over to using ride-sharing services instead of the Sequoia Union District yellow bus. At the beginning of the school year, at the beginning of the school year, a contract was not signed when there was a yellow bus and a driver available. While parents are grateful for transportation, they are also extremely concerned about tardiness, drivers not wearing masks, apps not working, lack of efficiency from transportation, sedan services from ADRIC, and hop, skip, and drive. Parents are not able to work or get to work on time due to the tardiness of the drivers. Students are being deprived of a full day at school, therefore denying Tennessee students the benefits to their education. I would like the district to resolve these issues immediately. I'm in a group of about 15 parents who currently have COVID or are extremely nervous about sending their child to school. Most were not aware of Ralston Schools and Road Shores Elementary School providing free COVID tests for their child and family members. I feel the district should work harder on communicating these options by making phone calls or sending mass voicemails to all parents. I feel that we should have the option at this time, at least for a month or 2, distance learning, and for those parents who want to continue sending their kids to school to do so until the COVID cases go down. As far as I know, Belmont-Redwood Shores District received almost $2.4 million in ELO funds, expanded learning opportunity program. These state funds are for districts to expand the learning day to 9 hours so that low-income students have access to before and after school and summer learning opportunities. I would like to ask the school board member to create an ELO parent committee to ensure that each school is providing tutoring for all students, especially for English learners, special ed, and intensity students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
God bless.
Do we have any more speakers?
That is it.
Okay. Moving on to item number 10, the approval of the agenda and consent agenda. Are there any requested modifications or edits to the agenda or consent agenda?
President Linebacker, on the approval of personnel actions, there was an amendment. You have in front of you an amended copy for consideration. Under the minutes, we did have a couple of adjustments to capturing board reports accurately. So we'll make those adjustments. Otherwise, no other changes.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda and consent agenda as noted, with the corrections noted.
Second.
Okay, second, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. On to item number 11. Backed by popular demand is our school spotlight, which we always like to hear. It's like the old years, we had our everyone comes at once, which was like a binge watching, but now we get to watch episode by episode. So another exciting episode to come. And I'd like to invite Assistant Superintendent, who are you introducing, or is it will it be directly to
I mean,
our principal?
In our intimate group here, we do have Mr. Mike Pappas from Fox, who is going to be showcasing all that makes Fox a special community. The slides are up here, so if you want to describe, that's
A
fine.
couple cheater notes down here.
Then you are welcome. Do you want me to drive for you?
Yeah, sure. Okay. All right, hi, everybody. Thanks for having me tonight. So I'm gonna go a little off script. I'll stick to this generally, but as I was putting this together, you just said that, Sam, about, how in the past, this is my 6th share out with you guys. We've always done SIPSA plans and just goals, which I guess you could just read anyways. So I like this format better, but it's different. So Ching-Pei, a month or so ago, I said, hey, Ching-Pei, you know what? What am I doing this time? What's the goal for this? And she said, well, just tell them what makes Fox special. And I went, okay, I'll work on that, right? So I thought about it and I thought, well, we've got kids and good teachers and playgrounds and books, but all schools have those things. And the programs we have are similar to what our other schools have here. So I thought, well, I think what makes it a good place to work for me and a good place for the kids to be and for other people to work is the people. That's what makes it special. Now, I'm hearing that broad theme now, and I think maybe the last 2 weeks has really pushed that to the forefront because what we're doing right now, that was not by design. It was really me kind of, reflecting and saying, what makes this place neat? And it's the people. And it starts here. I didn't include them in this at the time, but that's what it is. So I have just a few slides. Again, that's what I think makes Fox a neat place, is this mixture of our kids, our parents and guardians, our staff, and our community. When I say our community, we have people helping us at school that don't have kids there, that come each day and participate. We have a crossing guard. I don't know what her connection is to the school, to be honest with you. I mean, maybe she had children or grandchildren at one time. She's been there for the last 6 years, almost every morning. We have a recycling person, comes every Friday. I do know his connection. His children went there, but 25 years ago. So, I mean, that's pretty unique in itself. And it helps a principal run a school when you have trusted people already taking care of things. So go ahead and go to the next one. So our kids, right? So we've shrunk a little bit this year as most of the schools have. But we have about 420 TK through 5 students. You guys know this, but I'm thinking that it's out. Maybe the other people in the neighborhood don't know about us. And we have lots of different nationalities represented. This is why I needed my cheat sheet, sorry. So, from Asia, we've got Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Indian, we have Mongolian families. From Europe, we have Russian and Ukrainian families. We've had French families. We've had Mexican families, Central America with Guatemala, all the way down to Brazil. I've had families from South Africa. Languages, again, French, Japanese, Portuguese, Russian, Spanish, Cantonese, Mandarin, Turkish. This really diverse mixing pot that has changed over the last 6 years, but it's always been diverse. I think that's important. And again, we have about 10% of our kids that are English learners, and that floats up and down, but it is quite diverse. Go ahead, Chief. All right, so our staff. That's a recent shot. And that's a normal day of dressing. I'm teasing. That's Halloween, our most recent Halloween. And we did do a quick shot together. But that's what our staff looks like. We've got all those different people. And on average, if you average out our staff's experience, it's around 15 years in education. Varies from just a few years up to 30. By 30 plus in one case. So we have a well-experienced staff, most of which have been there quite a while. Again, from my tenure there, most of my instructors, probably a good 75% are probably still with us, having, other than our retirements and a few people who have moved. So that tells me they want to stay there. They like being where they're at. So it's a good staff. It's an experienced staff and a helpful staff. All right, so let me talk a little bit about our parents, because that's kind of what I wanted to get to. So PTA, I'm on my 3rd PTA executive board. For the audience out there, it's a 2-year term. And what I found is every board has performed the same. And when I say the same, the goal has always been kids, students. And not secondarily, but also step. What do we need to do to help our staff, to help our kids? What are we doing? What will help our kids? Will this help our kids? And they've always reached out to me first to say, we're thinking about this. What do you think? And I like to say, well, what do you guys want to do? What's important for all of you? And these are different things that PTA has funded and or maybe not necessarily monetary a piece behind it, but committees and driving it. So just a couple examples. Science and arts are supported by our PTA in some form. This year we have a new program, Mad Science, which our K 1, 2, 3 are participating in, which they're enjoying. We have a running club that is volunteer-based, running on Fridays. We have horticulture. We have a little garden that parents and guardians take care of. And then I mentioned the general volunteer, the recycling and traffic control. This year, though, what's unique is I shouldn't say we. They came to me and said, hey, we want to work on our social emotional learning for our students. And that really came into play, right? We've been in this pandemic for quite a while. And during last year when we were all home, that was a big topic, and it continues to be. So now that we're back, they came to me and said, hey, we would like to do something. And I said, I think that's a good idea. So with that, it's a committee of 3 or 4 people, not all PTA executive people, came to me and said, let's put our heads together and see what might help our kids the most. They gave some different ideas. I said, I like to work collaboratively, so let me take some of these ideas to my leadership team at school, which is primarily teaching staff. And we did that. Got feedback there, came back to the group. They participated, they met with the team. And again, this is all on their own time, putting in lots of effort, very professionally done. They came up with some surveys and thought, why don't we start here and we'll reach out to the staff first. They made a simple survey. We didn't share this one right tonight, Chinpei. It's not out to the general population yet, but we did a staff survey and also a parent survey, but just the executive board, just to kind of get an idea of what was important. What do you know about that's going on social, emotionally for your kids at school? Those kind of things. So we got a little bit of data. I think there's one with data. Oh, maybe, okay, we're coming up on it.
Yeah.
So we did that, and that's kind of the highlight tonight, I'd say. That's different and unique right now. I know that social emotional learning is there. We've got curriculum. That's not new, but this more collaborative approach, right? It's one more level of the connection between our staff and our parents, right? And that is, for me, super important. That's what makes the school a place where people want to come. And for me, as a leader, that's my goal, right? Let's make sure it's a safe place for us to come and want to learn and want to send our kids. So aside from the last few weeks, which has made it, a little scary for most everybody, we've been able to continue doing that. So let's go ahead, Chinpei, with the others. So our focus goal, this was, I think, goal number 3 in our SIP set at the time I put it together, is this has been a real push, almost, I want to say since I've gotten here to be our SSD, to work in PBIS-centered models where expectations are clearly laid out for the kids, and there's learning around all of that. So instead of a punitive system, we have a system of teaching. And we pushed through that, and we have a strong. Now, you lost a little bit of ground in the last year or so just because we weren't there to practice. So this year has been a bit of a shift to kick it back into gear. But again, with the SEL support that we're getting, the counselor support this year has been great. It's been a big help for all of us to work together. So again, the goal doesn't mean a huge amount to everybody listening, but the idea is that we want to keep our kids in the classrooms. We want to keep them happy. And to measure that, one way is to make sure they're not visiting me for reasons other than they want to visit me, if that makes sense to me. So that's sort of how we measure how many trips to see me when they don't want to come see me. And we want to keep that as low as possible. I want to be seen by the students and the parents, but primarily the students as a resource and not somebody that's scared. So I work hard at that. And this is one way we try to do that so that kids, when they come to me, they're able to open up, tell me what's going on, and more of a counseling role is what I try to play. So okay, we have left. Okay, so the focus surveys, a little bit out of order, sorry. So again, there was 2 surveys. The teacher one of them was just please choose the top 4 areas that you believe our Fox parent student community could benefit from the most. And there was a drop-down menu. And then parent facing, what level of awareness, that's kind of where we started. Like as parents, do you know we have SEL lessons? If so, what do you know about? That's kind of the general question. And I think we did get a little bit of data. I don't know if it's in the slide.
Yeah.
So what we've got is interesting. 75% of the parents polled, which again was about 20 parents. They're not aware of what's being taught. 25%, they're aware of it, but they're not really sure what to do with it, right? And it's a connection that we're trying to put together. So the language we use at school will be the same at home. So that way that the families can go, okay, well, I know you were working on being empathetic. What does that mean? Can you help us with that? So those are the type of things that we're trying to build this year with this particular committee. And I feel good that we're going to be able to move that along. Again, with what's going on, it makes it a little more challenging, right? Some of the priorities we've had, but this is still going and we're still meeting and discussing, and we expect to get this broader survey out And then from there, use that data to help us pick and choose, maybe the focus areas that we need. And PTAs, back to the support, are there not only in human capital, but also financially when we need things are there to support us. So it's brief, but I think I want to circle back just to wrap it up. You've all said it tonight. I was planning to say it, so I think I should, is that our staff, our kids, our parents, everyone has been very flexible, especially these last couple of weeks, understanding, and they've given a lot of grace, especially to me as the point person for a lot of the questions and worries and concerns. They come to me. And I imagine it's that way at most sites. But a lot of these families, it's their third or fourth kid. We've had relationships and they trust me to tell them something accurate information, right? And sometimes I don't know it. We're learning it. And I'm honest about that. And I tell them, I don't know. But we're going to try to find out. We're going to keep your kids safe. Teachers have been doing a great job the last few weeks. We've been able to have all of our kids at school. We've had enough staff to cover our classrooms. We've had to juggle here and there, but no one's given me a side eye when I said, hey, I need you to take these kids over to here for me while I do this. No problem. I've had staff come to me and say, hey, I don't have my class right now. Is there anything I can do? So it's happening. And it makes me feel proud to work there. Lots of parents have reached out. What can we do? What can we do? And that's not new, but it's heightened right now. And this team here has been more than helpful. I realize they're learning all of this as we are too. And I've always appreciated being able to communicate with them honestly. When I'm frustrated, I can share that. And when I'm helpful, I try to share that too and try to just bring my perspectives. So they've been great. You've got yourself a really good cabinet team. And I've had a few different cabinet members to work with since I've been here. So I think I have a good perspective of that. And this particular group, when I say cabinet, I not just the people here, but also our other principals, very open. There's lots and lots of communication amongst ourselves, not just during this 2 weeks. This is a all the time thing, which wasn't always the case. So a lot of resources for each of us to reach out. So again, it's going back to the people. I was thinking more about Fox, but it really bleeds out everywhere. So so that's what I think makes Fox, and I guess really BRSSD a good place to go to school and to raise your kids. I live here, so maybe I'm biased, but I think it's a good place to live. So there you go. All right. Just questions?
Thank you for your presentation and your tireless effort. I'll open it up for my colleagues to ask some questions.
Jim?
So thanks, Mike. It's always good to hear from you. It's always good to see you. I have a few questions for you. The first is about your staff. I know we're working really hard right now. And what's your sense of, is there anything that we can do as a district to better support the staff as they're working through this tough time? And do you see any particular specific challenges that are weighing them down that we might be able to assist with?
I can only speak for the Fox staff.
Yep.
I really think that everyone's looking for reassurance more than anything, which I'm not sure how we give that other than like for me, modeling it. I'm there. What do you guys need? I do have a couple of staff members out and they're fighting to come back. So I think really most people are understanding of where we're at. and that they're not looking to go, okay, well, if we only have this or that. I'm not hearing that. It's more generally what I think we're all feeling and hoping for. But I think everyone knowing that their efforts are being recognized. They know that's their job. We talk about it, that we're here to help our kids, and that there is a amount of risk in our health and also just our well-being, right? It's a mental challenge a little bit for some of us too, depending on your circumstances. But I haven't had any specific feedback saying, I wish this. There's probably something out there, but nothing specific. You had two parts though, Jim.
I think I have a couple more.
Go ahead.
So you touched in on the mental health piece and the stress of both our employees, but as we heard from earlier, that perhaps the stress on the families and the children is quite high too. And I guess my question is, do you feel like we have enough counselor support for our children to meet their needs in this time of stress, where there's hearing a lot of things and seeing friends out and being worried perhaps about those friends and being in the environment themselves? Are we doing enough to meet their social emotional needs with our counseling services, et cetera, at this point?
The simple answer would say we could use more. I think if we had someone the entire week as opposed to part-time would be great. And not just because of the times we're in. I would say that would be a great benefit to the kids all the time. I think with our resources, we are doing a good job. The kids, quite frankly, are generally happy. They really, from my perspective, they want to be in school. They don't seem outwardly anxious or stressed, but I don't really know. The kids are doing, again, about normal as far as how they're doing in school. I don't see any extra amount of problems per se. But counseling, I'm a big fan of it. Again, I sometimes go home to my wife and say, I think I'm a counselor a lot of times because of all the talking and listening that I'm doing. So to have more of that available from someone who's more trained than I would probably be great for the kids. And I think the staff too, because they worry about their kids and think, I don't know if I'm equipped to help them. I want to, who should they be talking to? So yeah, that's a long way of saying, very happy we have who we have. I like Miss Cook a lot. She's really good. To have her all week long would be fantastic. We would definitely utilize her in a lot of different ways, because she does split herself between more whole class teaching and learning with also some individual support too.
Gotcha.
So human capital is a bit of a challenge as always. Yeah.
The last question I have has to do with one of the dynamics that's happening in the district right now. We are spending a lot of time identifying close contacts and letting people know that they shouldn't be in school or should be aware that they may be at risk for developing an infection that would keep them out of school. Of the families that are out of school, do you feel like you have the space to reach out to them, to reincorporate them back into our space as efficiently as we possibly could, meaning perhaps notifying them of testing centers and those resources available, people that perhaps are out but they don't have a clear reason relative to a positive test. Some of our English language families, how are we reaching out to them to communicate in their native language the resources that are available to them. And what are we doing to make sure that folks know that we have vaccine opportunities available to them, both in English and their native language if they're an ELL student?
Good question. That's kind of a lot, but I think I got it. So I'm going to take it from a couple of points here. So I think based on what Dan normally sends out, I think that it is good. There's a lot of information there. I rely on it myself. Language-wise, it would be hard for me to comment on that. I'm going to imagine some people would not understand that with all the different languages, plain and simple. I mean, I see the one in English, of course, and we probably have something in Spanish, which is pretty typical, but I'm not sure about all the different languages. So there probably is a gap in that. The resources we have, I think, are good. I mean, testing and picking up and all those things. I've heard great feedback, especially before we started school, from at least parents at my community saying, oh, that was great. On Monday, I was able to while we were doing our PD, they were able to test kids. So I think it's good. Now, can we improve? I'd say yes. I'm speaking more about myself and just getting out information. It's a bit overwhelming to get these notices out in a timely manner to make sure they're accurate. And then in between that, to answer the questions that are coming in and the concerns. The letters themselves are a little dry and scary. I read them and I'm like, wow, if I got this as a parent, it's a little scary. It says what to do or not do, but it still can be confusing. At least for me, it can be. So it takes me a little time to process that. And then I usually, and well, I shouldn't say usually, I did sort of summarize in my simpler terms what all these different letters mean. And the community did reach back and go, Mike, thanks for telling me what the letters, because they're scary. Every single one of them is scary. Now, again, I'm doing this in English, not other languages. So yeah, I think that might be an area of improvement, somehow to get that out there. I'm not sure I answered all that, Jim.
It's basically how are we getting families pulled back in to our environment as soon as we.
Yeah, well, we're again with the specific cases that we've had, right? It's easy to say, hey, I can say, Julie, I've got a good system for that. As we're notified, we've got a system, and I'm starting a file, and then Julie takes it, she does her work with it, and then I can look. It's a shared document, and then right there it says, here's the date they can come back based on these parameters. And then we reach out and say, hey, all things are good, and this is met. You can come back on this day. And in between, right at the beginning, I told my teachers, look, be empathetic. Do what you can. You don't have to do video lessons. Some have, some are. But let's help provide something for these students that are out. They're not on vacation. They're not taking a trip. They want to be here. Let's see what we can do in the interim. And in the morning in the office, I see packets. I see, for Joe or for Johnny or whatever. So it's happening. So we are letting you know when to come back. We do have some families that are choosing, out of nervousness. We've had some of that where they're afraid to come back. And, we try to counsel them that it's a safe place, that, but then I send a notice to that class if there's contact. That makes, so it's understandable. But everyone's communicated to us that no one is in the community has made up a story about why they're not at school. They've been pretty frank about it. And I just continue to tell them we're, from August to December at Fox, we had 2 positive cases. We were at school all that time, eating together, playing together, studying together, 2. And then we had a big break. And so school is safe. I believe it. I'm there every day and, test regularly. Here I am, still confidently healthy. So I try to go ahead and give that message to the family, but I also understand that, each circumstance is different, especially if you've had a bad experience. Some families have had, very serious issues with it. So I don't try to push them, but I say, hey, this is a safe place to be. We want you back. So our absences last week were quite high. I've never seen them that high. This week was about, as of today, I check with Marie each day. We were down to about 30 absences, which I would say is about 15 or 20 more than a normal day. We had 70 a couple of times last week. So I think there's a little bit of confidence, I hope, because that wasn't all sick kids. I think it was more precautionary. So I think that it's hopefully we're starting to get everyone back.
Thanks, Mike.
I had one question related to the SEL. So I guess the plan is to survey the broader parent community and then have any ideas already surfaced on how to address kind of the awareness gaps? Or is that going to be kind of more data gathering and then a small group is going to come?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. It's, we're going to get the data, see where the gaps are, and then as a team address the best way to do that. Whether it's more outreach by me. Right now, I think everybody's probably tired of hearing from me, but normally I'm a sparse mass communicator. I do it more when it's something I really want everybody to read. Our PTA does a great job with all the nuts and bolts. I look at it quite frankly on Sunday night and go, oh yeah, I have this coming up on Wednesday. They tell me, which is great. There's that collaboration. But when it's something unique, I send it out and people will read. And I've even told my community, please, if you see it from me, read it. It's something, it's not filler. So that will probably be one of the ways I say, hey, we've got this survey up. Make sure you take it. Get us this information so we can see what areas to best focus on. So where it's sort of in the premature stage, but we'll move forward. Thank you.
Comments? You have one?
I just want to say thank you. We're all saying thank you to everybody, but you're one of our lead principals, and just want to thank you for all your efforts and just making sure kids are staying safe and staying masked, and not just all the efforts on COVID, but on SEL and just ensuring the well-being of our kids. So just word of thanks.
Yeah, well, it's I'm lucky to have the position, so thank you guys.
Yeah, Mike, I just want to echo real quick. The one thing you said, we want school to be a place where people want to come. And I think when you create those environments where people want to be, great things happen. So thank you to you, to your staff, to your community for doing that in service of your kids. It truly shows because you do have a great environment.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for
Thanks,
coming.
Mike.
Thank you.
All right. And speaking of COVID, we're up to item number 12, which is your COVID-19 district update. Superintendent Dwara, I will let you
Great.
share the news. All right, good night.
Good night.
All right. Thank you. A lot of stuff is changing. I'll start with that. It has been a very busy 2 weeks since we came back from break. And there's a lot of things to look at, a lot of good data to look at. 25 slides tonight that I'm going to move through rather quick. And I start with that because I'm going to sum it up in just a couple sentences. One is, yes, we are experiencing a surge. We continue to monitor the surge. We continue to put safe practices into play. We continue to emphasize what we know to be working. Testing, masking, all that Swiss cheese kind of modeling. We know that works, and we're going to continue to focus on that. We are committed to keeping our schools open. That is from the highest point in our nation all the way down. I am convinced that all of our employees know how important it is for our schools to be open and our kids to be at school. And then just a commitment to following guidance. It has been a very busy week. I think we all knew kind of a surge was coming. We anticipated Omicron could be bad. I think there's the good parts and the not so good parts, right? I don't think it ended up being as deadly as it could have been, but we know that it is more contagious, right? So that has put differing strains. And I'll go ahead and just jump in from here. So a little bit about the data and the strain. At least a week ago when I was putting this together, we were averaging 386,000 cases per day in the US. Hospital rates were growing, but they were at a much slower rate. The death rate is falling. At least it is nothing compared to what previous strains have had. And the hope is that Omicron's going to peak mid-January to late January is what we're saying. In the superintendent's calls this week, and the elected official calls, and all the calls, the message has been January is going to be tough. By the end of January, we're going to start to see some changes. And hopefully by the end of February, things are going to be normalizing a little bit more. In terms of our local data, looking at the rate of spread, the RF number was 1.55. So summing that up, for about every 2 people, and they pass it on to 3 people. So it's spreading at a little bit higher rate than 1 for 1. The vaccination rate in our county is incredibly high, 91.8% as of last night when I looked it up for 5+. When we look at Belmont particularly, just our location, it's 97.8. For the shores, I can't disaggregate that part of Redwood City, but one would think we're neck and neck. We're the same community, right? So those vaccination rates are really good. And that is one way that we're going to help weather the storm. So differences from previous surges, the rates of vaccination, people are vaccinated. The Omicron illness is generally less severe. It's not to say that there's not severe cases out there, but generally speaking, our hospitals are open and our community is open. Our kids are in school. There's social events. There's community, yet there's not as many community restrictions as when we were forced to shut down in March of 2020. And then generally speaking, we have good mitigation factors at this point. We're observing masking protocols. We are limiting the number of visitors that we have on campus during the pandemic. We will revisit our visitor protocol at the end of January. I can already say likely we will make an update to the vaccination status to ask for that boosted element is one of the recommendations. We'll follow testing protocols. Initially nobody probably realized the importance of testing. And one thing that we did is we kept all doors open, really. We applied for each program. We got worksite labs. We got state resources. We got the pooled testing resources and the antigen that came with that. So we really have multiple venues at hand to take care of our needs. And we've been successful in doing that. And we always encourage our staff to keep your doors and windows open because we know that the fresh air makes it all that much better. Hence why all of our doors and windows are open today. The idea of going.
Another one without a coat on.
Yeah.
Why are you?
How we go from a pandemic to endemic. I share this because a pandemic is an epidemic of kind of mass proportions. And in epidemiology, an infection is said to be an endemic in a population where that infection is constantly maintained. So more like the flu, right? So we are somewhere on that continuum, hopefully moving to that endemic status so that we're living with and adapting to more easily. So case rates, and I'm going to cheat here, so I'm going to look at mine. We're just tracking them. Really, these charts are designed to show trends. They're designed to be transparent as possible. This data just looks a little different than it is on their website. I pulled from our website and I just translated it in different ways. And I will say, as I evolve these charts, I've did different cuts in different places so people know. But before break, 8 cases a week, 3 cases a week. And then we hit the first week of winter break. There was only 1 case. Okay. Second week of break, we had 37 cases. So we started to see what all the socialization and the holiday spirit started to translate in terms of cases. And that is when Omicron started to really kind of roar, if you will. I will point out that we know that we had 1 case in 37 cases because we were reporting them over the holiday. Julie was collecting data over the holiday. Our folks were monitoring what was taking place and we were doing our due diligence. Post-winter break, first week back, 165 cases. More than we've ever seen, clearly. I put in parentheses 100 by Wednesday because I took yesterday's totals and I wanted to compare them to today. Thus far on Wednesday, last Wednesday, January 12th, 79. So 179. I'm not going to say it's going down, but that data point suggests that maybe we're starting to see some shift. Taking a look at countywide data, again, driving home the point. I know this is really hard to see. The chart on the left side is the number of cases over the entire pandemic. The chart on the right is the number of deaths over the entire pandemic, right? So 2 things, and I don't know if this has a, there we go. That was that last big surge we had last year. And during that last big surge last year, it translated into this huge peak of deaths countywide. Morbid, yes. But when we look at the peak that we're experiencing now, much higher than the peak was back then. And the rates of hospitalization and death are, it's not picking it up over there, are much, much lower. So when you look at the county site, they're actually tracking a lot of zeros too over time. Again, it is impacting people, but it is impacting people in different ways. And we're learning how to cope with the illness in our community. Trustee Koo alluded to or shared Dr. Morrow's thoughts on an elected officials call today. And he was pretty honest. He said January is going to be bleak. He said there's going to be a number of cases that, yes, Omicron is very transmissible. And we're going to see spread in our communities. But he also said that we have to maintain perspectives. Cases are off the charts, but look at our hospitals. Look at the number of deaths in our community. They're relatively low compared to what we've seen. Our hospitals are stressed, but they're not necessarily stressed from COVID patients. They're dealing with staffing issues as well. Other procedures, other cases. but it's not because of COVID that our hospitals are being pushed. I will say that it's important, I think, to read more into all the media that's out there about why hospitals are pushed, like get past the headline and read the rest. Same thing with schools. Schools aren't going into distance learning. They're closing or looking at modified instruction so that they can get past staffing issues, generally speaking. So the other thing I'll just say is anecdotally, we have worksite labs on our campuses. We do get their reports and we're able to look at trends. During the last couple of weeks, definitely seen increased testing and we've seen increased positivity rate through worksite labs. The number of the percentage of tests that were coming back positive peaked actually mid last week based on the data we had and has started to decline and potentially plateau. So again, I don't know what's going to happen, where it's going to go. I don't have that crystal ball, but there could be signs that we're seeing the transition and seeing things get better sooner rather than later. I also say the best part with Dr. Morrow, he started pretty bleak, but he ended on a high. He said, we will get through this. And he says, I know we will because we're doing things right. And that's really the biggest piece that they can say. Vaccination, if you're vaccinated, you're 20 times less likely to be hospitalized than if you are not vaccinated. If you are boosted, you are even more less likely to be hospitalized. So again, that's why we're pushing vaccination clinics. That's why we want to offer those resources to our community for those who want that and make that choice for their family. Case reporting, I think you've heard it from our staff through a number of different things. We continue to report cases. We continue to be transparent. There may, full transparency, there may be elements even in this deck that are changing as we speak. And I'll leave it at that. I'll talk about some of those changes as we go. But case reporting, we still work with County Health. County Health is overwhelmed with contact tracing and whatnot. The guidance is continuing to evolve. So the one thing that we saw this week, actually we saw, this is a little bit of a story. So last week we started, actually CDC, I think it was over break, started to adjust isolation periods for positives to go down to 5 days with the test. You can come back into normal life at day 6. That happened at the CDC. The CDC said, this is our guidance. CDPH said, oh, okay, that guidance is looking good. We accept that guidance for the general public. And it didn't translate for a lot of our communities that we work with, that now CDPH has guidance, but they have guidance not only for the general public, they have guidance for schools. And typically they're lagging, right? They want to, CDC translates to adults, CDPH can translate to adults, but when it comes to schools and kids and institutions, they reevaluate it and do things at a little different pace. I will say that we're starting, the guidance is starting to come together. I can't give a lot more details than that. I'll give a few more, but guidance was released last night. It was shared at the elected meeting today. It was shared with superintendents shortly after that. And we are making sense of it. But generally speaking, we're going to see shortened quarantine times. We're going to see, I get to this in a little bit. We're going to see notifications, probably with close contacts, be streamlined. Likely close contact is going to be defined as if you're sharing the air in a space. So typically, if a student is in a classroom right now, they're sharing the air with those 25 or 30 kids. We will define those as all close contacts. Whereas you heard from our principals, we were actually looking at seating charts. We were going by the 6 feet, 15 minutes or more guidance and tailoring it for them. So let's talk about learning. Okay, I said from the top down, the president, we know our kids can be safe when in school. That's why he said this, believe that schools should remain open. Governor Newsom, as we approach the new year, we reaffirm our shared commitment to one another, to our parents and to our students, to keep each other safe and to keep our classrooms open. To Superintendent McGee, just the other day, educational leaders are 100% committed to keeping students in school. And I will say, she was sharing that and she was quoted on that. And their superintendent's meeting, she said, this is what I said, guys. And all of us said, absolutely. That is our goal, keeping our kids in school. That's where they need to be. So I think that's different than what we saw last year, right? We actually had public health tell us no, at one point your schools had to close, right? And then that started kind of that whole ball. So we are united, I think, from the top down about keeping our schools open and the importance. So why aren't we closing schools? Just for clarity. In March 2020, like 2 years ago, at the start of the pandemic, we had no knowledge of COVID-19. We had no safety protocols in place. We had a deadly initial surge. We had healthcare systems that were overwhelmed. We had little access to PPE. No one was vaccinated. Clearly, January 2022 is very different, right? We know that students need access to in-person learning. We know the social emotional toll that the pandemic has taken on our youth not being in school. We know they need access to caring adults. Mr. Pappas, I think, made that clear, right? How important the school is as a community. We need meaningful engagement. And in schools, we have safety protocols. We now have testing, and the broad proportion of our staff are not only fully vaccinated, but boosted, which is important, and students continue to be vaccinated as well. So this piece is more of a clarification. So there's you know, the idea of things continuing to evolve and guidance continuing to evolve. We now have testing. It's okay. Guidance continues to evolve is a great thing, right? It means we're following the science. It means we're adjusting. It means we're getting better at what we do. The downside of things evolving is sometimes things change, things get confusing. Are we operating under this or are we operating under that? And we are in the midst of that shift and that negative side of evolution, I think, right now, as we're trying to make sure everything's clear. So I got a lot of questions like, hey, in our reopening guide, we say that there's specific criteria for when our schools are going to close. And we've had to have hit that by now. Why aren't our schools closing? And it's actually pretty straightforward. We've always said and followed when public health says we need to close, we will close. And it was their criteria that was established that we adopted. Their criteria has continued to evolve, and their focus is really on, is spread happening, and is spread happening at a different rate than it's happening outside of the community, right? Like, is there a reason why we should do something different in this environment? And if not, if it's being maintained, if it's being mitigated, no, keep our schools open. So when we do our next update, once the pandemic recovery framework has been updated, we'll make sure that we update that, and it'll probably be pretty general continue to follow San Mateo Public Health guidance for closure. And I will say, I don't believe that we're going to get there. We're learning how to adapt. So again, I was talking about evolve. So yesterday, CDPH said yesterday that they would release updated guidance soon, like literally those words. They'll align quarantine guidance, general quarantine guidance. There will be adjustments to contact tracing and notices for students. And CDPH hopes that those transitions will help us be quicker and our response be quicker, because the thinking is if we can tell parents even quicker than when we than it takes to go from person to person, perhaps that can have a positive impact. And quite frankly, it is draining to administrative staff, the number of hours that are going into those notices. And then they said the pandemic recovery framework, they had an update, but they were going to delay it until the new guidance. So I highlighted yesterday and I highlighted soon, because soon came today, actually late last night. So again, we are working through this. I'll just, kind of point out my flow chart has things crossed out as we're adjusting. We're going to continue to adjust, make sense of the new guidance, and we'll update families as we can. It's all on CDPH website, but there's so many nuances and so many overlaps that we do all need to make sense of it. Again, we're looking at CDPH guidance for general public. We're looking at CDPH guidance for schools, and we're looking at Cal OSHA guidance for employees. Each one of those has different nuances that interact with the other in different ways. So, but biggest piece is quarantine is going to shift to fewer days, the option to test out in fewer days. Contact tracing is going to evolve to, rather than everybody who's within 6 feet, if I'm sharing the air with you, we in this room would all be close contacts today, even though I'm 10 feet away from Kirsten. Okay. Question comes up, what are we going to do if we experience staffing shortages? If we're not able to staff, does that mean that we have to close? We will be as creative as we can in terms of staffing. Staffing is probably the biggest threat to us in terms of success. But we have a lot of creative options open to us. We have our subs, we have the ability to shift personnel. We've covered, I haven't covered, I'm looking at Qingpei has covered classes. We've been custodians and testers here at the district office too. There's a lot of flexibility that we can do to make ends meet. I share the analogy a parent shared, but my child watched Kung Fu Panda in PE today. Yes, no doubt that happened, but it was staff connecting so that we could prioritize kids being at school, kids connecting with adults, kids getting their core academics. And sometimes we might have to make those adjustments. If it comes to the place where we had a staffing shortage and we needed to look for other options, we could look at short-term independent study, which would allow kind of a Zoom environment for a short period of time, 10 days or less, so that we get by with that shortage. How might we use that? We again would be creative. We know from Omicron that sometimes people are sick, but they're not, right? They tested positive and they have no idea how they tested positive and they feel fine. So might we be creative to find ways that actually allow that teacher to Zoom in the class when we have another staff member that can provide supervision. So we will absolutely look at those things before we ever went into kind of a long-term independent study. Again, I think as you heard from Mike, we made amends meet and things seem to be improving. So I won't say it's perfect, but we're very hopeful as we look forward. I always want to just point out, like, the other reason we're not talking about distance learning is there's no provision for distance learning. There is no piece in the ed code that allows for distance learning. Distance learning was allowed under SB 98. It expired in June of 2021. That model is no longer. So the question is, can't we go back to distance learning just for a few weeks until the surge? No, it's not allowable by education code. The other piece that did come into play at the beginning of the year, as you recall, was different independent, short-term independent study. This is long-term independent study, where students actually are they're enrolled in our district, but they're in a completely different program that is very, very independent. The daily synchronous check-in happens, and I say it's brief. In TK3, there's a daily check-in. In middle school, grades 4 through 8, they consider it's a weekly check-in. We try and do more, our provider tries to do more, but it's mostly in the form of office hours. So there is, it is very independent, right? And we have a very small number of families that are participating in that independent study program. So I'm going to go through the last few slides pretty quick because they're my reminders. Home symptom screening. We know if your kids are sick, please don't send them home or send them to school. Keep them at home, right? If we are able to do our screening, we prevent the disease from getting in our schools. Masking guidance, another one. This was that trickle down effect, right? CDC said KN95s, N95s, surgical masks are better. We're recommending them. California Department of Public Health said, oh, that sounds like a good idea. Yes, we're going to incorporate that into our general guidance. Masking guidance for schools at this point in time remains unchanged. There's ways that we can make our masks more effective. I actually just sent this just came out yesterday from San Mateo County Office, and I sent it out to all of our families because there's little things. You know, being well fitted, making sure that it's up on the nose and pinched and sealed, regardless of the mask type. If it's not worn properly, it's not doing you any good. Swiss cheese model, I won't say any more than that. Stay at home and get tested. We have lots of testing. If you're sick, it's time to get a test. Go and get the test. I will say the other thing is we have antigen tests. We had a few more than we had students initially. We have our supply of internal testing. So we have the resources to get kids back in school. That should not be a barrier for any of our families for returning to school. They need to contact their site, contact the district office, and we will make sure that they have a test that either we perform or they take home and do it themselves. But right now that should not be a barrier to returning to school. We are not just giving them out because people want them. There needs to be a need, and we need to make sure that our supply remains stocked. Vaccination events, please, 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 if you're listening to this and you haven't signed up and you're not vaccinated, it's a great time. The links aren't live here, but they're on our website live. And then it was funny that we both picked up the piece from Dr. Morrow about mirror neurons. And mirror neurons are brain cells that enable a child to learn by observing others instead of having to practice every skill firsthand. Mirror neurons support the child's ability to empathize with the person that they are observing. It makes these brain cells, it's these brain cells that make parental modeling of positive and respectful behavior so powerful. And Dr. Morrow said, you know, he said, when you're watching a movie, maybe this resonated with me because I'm a guy, but he said, you're watching a movie and they start crying and then all of a sudden you start crying. He said, it's not necessarily because you're emotional. It's because your mirror neurons are empathizing with what you see, and it's your way of reflecting your empathy. And I noticed because Ching Pei and I spent a good portion of our day at Sandpiper the other day doing antigen tests. And our kids are incredibly curious about antigen tests. They wanted to know what was going on and they were stressed. Like, did somebody test? Did somebody? I'm like, it's okay, deep breath. And I said, what are you guys stressed about? And they said, I don't want to test positive. I don't want you to test positive either. But what's stressing you out? And some of them were really cute. I want to make sure I can see my grandma and grandpa this weekend, right? I want to make sure that I can go to my sports game. And others were like, I don't want to be sick. I'm really scared, right? So I share that because this resonated and I think it's the adults, how we moderate our behavior around our kids. It's how us as colleagues moderate our behavior around each other. So that we always remain proactive instead of reactive. So if you're a parent listening, don't forget that your child is hearing what you're saying to your spouse, your partner. They're picking up the news that's on in the background. It's important that we're talking to our kids about what's going on in our community. So with that, I think that's it. Questions, comments, all those good pieces. But just know the guidance is coming. As people have questions, reach out. But right now we are sorting through things. We are going to be updating folks. Probably tomorrow we'll send out links that come directly from CDPH. It won't be a little while till things get translated onto a chart that looks pretty, although a lot of people say, I don't like this. I just like the bullets. I just have huge props to my colleagues too, because, you know, as this week, as Julie was contact tracing, she was developing lists of names that went to Ching Pei to make sure that she actually followed up with families and say, hey, it's your day 5. You can come back now because guidance just changed. Do you need a test? We want to get you here. To her staff, meeting with parents and opening doors and getting those tests. To Rui helping us with all these back end kind of analytics that help Mike know if they're out this day, they can come back this day. We're really trying to put in systems into place so that it makes it easier for everybody. Because those systems really don't exist. So I'll leave it at that and take questions.
So first of all, thank you. Thank you for the really comprehensive report. You answered a lot of questions I already had. And thanks to the whole team. And by team, I don't mean just those in this room, but the principals, all the administrators, you know, all the staff, and certainly all the teachers, because I think it's been a heavy lift, right? The last couple of weeks. I did have a question for you about the masking. I know that you mentioned that the masking guidance has changed at a higher level, but not at the school level. But, you know, parents who are listening and watching the news, they will have heard that now the guidance is, at least this is what I'm hearing, that, you know, cloth masks, any mask is better than no mask, right? That's number one, base level. But in the realm of types of masks, certainly surgical masks are better, but then KN95s are even better than that. So that being said, even though the guidance has not changed, what, if anything, can we do to support our schools if, say, I know initially we had masks available. I assume we still have masks if kids lose theirs or get spoiled, et cetera.
Absolutely.
What are your thoughts about making a change in that respect in terms of gradation of masks?
So I will just say, I've always held the belief that following public health guidance is really the way to go. I will just say personally, I do find when I'm wearing a KN95 and I'm doing something physical, I will say it is a lot harder. And I know kids are designed a little differently than adults. So I always respect parents' ability to make those decisions for their students and help with that. Again, we haven't had a practice of instituting something more stringent or less stringent than public health or county has suggested. And really, the guidance that came from San Mateo County is all these masks are acceptable. And you can be safe in all of them. And you can be even more safe if you wear them appropriately.
I had a question. I know that we've been asking parents to upload the vaccination cards of the students. So how is that effort going, and how is that information going to be used to support notification?
Yeah, so I'll share I don't know, I'm looking over, I don't know the rates that we have. I want to say they're getting up there, but people are still doing it. We had a principal that was doing contact tracing, and she texted me, she goes, Dan, I know you just started collecting it, but can I see it? And we just hadn't shared the link yet. And I got the information to re-shared the link. She says, oh my gosh, you just saved me at least an hour of work, because she had the information at her hand. She didn't need to make the call to the parent and say, is your child vaccinated? Because she already knew. So she could go directly to, I know you're vaccinated, come back here. And that's what we're trying to automate with multiple spreadsheets talking with each other. So right now we are collecting student vaccination. We're collecting and updating staff vaccination and boosters. That is a requirement from Cal OSHA. The new guidance, as I was reading through it this week, has basically for staff reset what fully vaccinated means, right? Fully vaccinated now isn't just the 2 doses, it's the 2 doses plus the booster. So we're making sure that we're updated there. And then shortly after, it's going to be likely early next week, updating our volunteer database with vaccination and boosters. Yes. Our man behind the scenes, Ruiz, don't forget Jerome. Yes, Jerome is that guy kind of behind the scenes that gets texts from everybody and says, we need you to do this, right? Jerome, I need you to do, get the information out to staff again today to get, boosters. And usually in all the work that we do when we're trying to automate something, it comes down to Jerome, right? Making those ends meet. He has been amazing. He's listening now. Thank you, Jerome.
I just want to follow up on something you just said. And before I get to my question, I'll tell you why I'm asking the question. A lot of parents are just inundated with information. I talked to a parent this week who didn't realize they get different notifications the community versus the classroom notification. And so I was explaining to them how they can identify that in Parent Square. But you just said something. So if a student if they need to stay home, then you're calling the family to let them know the student has tested positive, they need to be picked up, or et cetera. And then when they can return, especially because the guidance has just changed this week, someone is calling and saying, your child, here are the rules, and based on this, your child is eligible.
It was funny. I'll share via another story. Somebody was asking, somebody said, I forget how it went. It was one of our principals said, well, of course, I'm not just going to send a kid home with a note that says they're positive without telling them what to do, right? So yes, it happens a number of different ways. Our principals do all have their own unique communication styles. But yes, we're working with families to help them understand. We're helping each other understand the guidance, and then we in turn help our principals understand the guidance, who in turn helps each family. So if any family out there has any questions, principal is a go-to. And if the principal can't answer it, they'll come to us and ask. And if oftentimes I had a principal said, Dan, I've read this 5 times. We've told the same answer, but the family keeps asking because it seems like this. And sometimes we'll double check, and sometimes guidance has changed, quite honestly. We're doing our best.
Well, thank you, because I know it's a lot of work, and definitely from family perspective, stuff changes so much. You guys stay on top of it, and it's harder for families to understand what is the latest guidance. On that note, another thing that I've been hearing from the parent community is a lot of confusion about schools shutting down again. And primarily it's based on you already talked about this, but based on what's happened in our past, as well as what they're hearing in the news about other communities that are shutting down or delaying return to in-person or temporarily not doing in-person. And so I've had a lot of parents question me, so are we going to shut down again? Are we going to go back to Zoom school? And so thank you for sharing the leadership quotes, and just also the data about here's really what the guidance is currently saying, and this is what we're following, so that parents can understand this is the criteria of how and when we would shut down, which seems like such a remote possibility. But
I mean, I think the word shut down is a very, very remote possibility. The need to shift to a short-term independent study where we're a week or 10 days, that's probably more of a possibility than anything. But we are all saying full steam ahead, in-person learning is where kids need to be. And there is no talk at the state level that I have heard about approving distance learning. It's actually a quote that I heard during the elected call today said, the state passed laws that prevent schools from shifting into distance learning. That was the quote I heard today on the elected call.
well, thank you to all of the staff, because there is such a heavy lift going on by all of the staff. So
thank you.
So I had an additional question about absence. Do you have a sense of how many students are staying at home more because of fear rather than any kind of illness?
I looked at absences. I don't. Well, so I'll look at again this week. So what I saw last week, I looked at absences before the break when things were good. They were pretty high, right? Like we know families were traveling and families were headed out early. they were still high when we came back, but they were pretty significantly higher, right? So I don't know. I actually probably what Mike shared anecdotally, that he had 70 out earlier and he had 30 out. I think that's a combination of fear. I think that's a combination of exposures. I think that's combination of travel. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what attendance numbers look like this week and how we're starting to recover. But I'll share that with the board.
I just wanted to add that that the work that the district has done with worksite labs, the vaccine clinics and the booster clinics, I mean, that's above and beyond. I know I've talked to parents from other school districts who don't have that privilege. So I just want to commend the district for really going beyond and doing all that.
Thank you. So a shout out, another shout out, Kristen, to our wellness coordinator. Actually, I think her title's changing a little
Her
bit.
title is technically Ed Services Wellness Coordinator.
Yes. She has become our lead testing guru. She is at least the last couple of weeks been at sites pretty much all day and every day testing. Every time we get a positive pool, we go back and antigen screen everybody. We've learned, I definitely have learned that the pool is run via a PCR. So go figure why we had so many positive pools last week in this, because kids had recovered, but they were still being picked up on the pool PCR. And when we were running our antigen, we're like, wait, this pool it's a false positive. And what it was is the difference in tests, the difference in sensitivity and the viral. So kudos to Kristen. She's been in and out. She's been coordinating staff. Her and Kirsten touch base each morning to decide where we should deploy our concentric folks to help out. It definitely is a team.
And I also wanted to add that you started out by talking about this month is a very difficult month. It's I think gloom might have been the word that you used. And it's true. It's a tough month. But we're gonna get through it, and hopefully, I mean, there's no crystal ball that anyone has, but hopefully we've gone over the spike, and just like last year, it went up and came back down. But also, I want to take a moment to celebrate what we've accomplished so far. Principal Pappas stood here and told us he had 2 students who tested positive the whole fall. So I just want to take a moment and celebrate that thanks to the hard work of the district and the protocols put in place, the students following the protocols, the parents following the protocols, I think that is the reason why the fall was so successful as far as keeping the case counts down. So for everyone listening and we keep up those protocols, we keep up the diligence, we'll get through this and we'll have a successful spring and be better for it, I think. So thank you for the thorough report and also the communication you provided. And I know the information was just released just now, so
We're trying.
much appreciation for your quick dissemination of it. But of course, we'll look forward to the full update coming up in your regular communications. Thanks for all the work.
Sounds good.
And I was also wondering, we did this one time before, which was to take this portion of the video where it was the update on COVID and kind of repackage it so it could be accessible by the school community. Is that something we could do so that they don't have to search around on the YouTube to try and find this specific update? Because I think there was a lot of good information, right?
Say that one more time.
So you send out a specific edited link.
Yeah, just the link on this COVID-19 update.
Oh, to this, yeah.
Yeah.
I will.
yeah.
I will.
I think that'll be
There's a-
helpful.
School-wide, district-wide update.
Yeah, I will send this out. I'll touch up a couple of the reds lit last nights and tonight's. And I'll send it out. Jerome does a really good job of chopping the presentation sometimes. So we'll try and include it as a video. Thanks, Jerome.
All right, it's amazing. You know, we've used the word test countless times at this meeting and not one of them has to do with an actual assessment of students' learning. So it's strange for a school board to go this far. So anyway, moving along.
What,
Oh, I'm sorry. One more comment?
Several.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, Dan, I was wondering, when Dr. Morrow was speaking today, did you get some insight into how they're anticipating the path of the character of and the length of the surge? Meaning, what you see in other areas is that there's a certain amount of wastewater epidemiology being done, some monitoring of COVID levels in the wastewater as a predictor of both surge and fall of cases. What technique are they using to estimate the length of the surge?
He did not address that. That said, I have heard the West Africa when Omicron was peaking, I want to say it was a 6 to 8 week kind of spike and fall. We anticipate, or I've heard that we'll likely begin to see CDC data here in the US about that sometime soon. But I haven't heard anybody go into detail.
The piece about the testing to get back into school. So why are we using the antigen test as a indicator of negativity to get back into school? And can you speak to that a little bit? The PCR test typically is more sensitive and specific. So why are we using the antigen test as an indicator to get back into school? And what kind of antigen test suffices as a negative test? Home versus expert administered, et cetera, et cetera.
Changes there as well. A great question, because PCR has typically always been the gold standard. Like if you test positive in an antigen, go get it confirmed with a PCR. That has shifted a bit. The general thinking is that the antigen is picking up a heavier viral load that's here and now, and therefore likely more contagious. The PCR is picking up if it's been there at some point for whatever duration, it's much more sensitive and picks up the virus in a different way. So as we start to test people for coming back into the workforce, for coming back into school, if we're doing a PCR test at day 5, we're likely going to test positive still because it's picking up, because it's more sensitive. That's why all the new guidance for testing at day 5 is an antigen test, because it's going to measure the load here and now. Even before going into the holidays, they were saying if you're going to that celebration or that family gathering, get your antigen test right before you go, because chances are if you have a negative, you're going to be negative for that 6-hour block that you're in your celebration, right? So kind of that same modeling that now you've had the virus, it's subsiding. Do you have a small enough viral load that you can be integrated back without being contagious? So it is a little bit of a balancing act that public health is working through. Granted, a negative test is a negative test when it comes to day 5. If you happen to do a PCR test at day 5 and it came back positive, fine. But we are recommending antigen. We used to be more stringent, and we said we need to know that it was administered to the person and read appropriately. We can no longer ensure that testing is not easily accessible. Now, despite us having it in our district pretty easily accessible, it's still not accessible to all families, right? So any test suffices. We're asking people to take a picture of that test that you have, just upload it if it's Binax, if it's the care, what's the first eye care.
Yeah.
Care Start's the one we use. But virtually any one of them is fine. A negative test is a negative test. And you can return with those negative tests. And again, I'm going to emphasize, we have tests. So of returning to school, not having a test should not be a limiting factor for anybody returning to school. You just have to, after the required isolation, you have to be feeling better. The symptoms have to have subsided. You have to be fever-free 24 hours. You have to be feeling better, and then move to get the test. And if it's negative, you come back.
If I could piggyback on top of that, it reminded me something else in the elected official call today for anyone listening. It's now going to be required that any health provider will reimburse anyone for the cost of any test kit they buy. So the announcement was that save your receipt and your healthcare provider will reimburse you for that amount.
Yeah, I think it's the insurance. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, insurance, yeah.
You ain't getting any money out of me.
Yeah.
Well, I think they said up to 8 per month. So it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
like to
That's right.
test every single day.
So getting back to notifications and communication, especially with our English language learners, we do have a staff member that is Spanish speaking, whose role is bilingual, actually, and whose role is to reach out to our Spanish speaking community. And I wonder if that person has been utilized or not to assist the conversation on the telephone with not just persons at the site that she works at, but throughout the district when we have Spanish speaking families that might need to have a more nuanced conversation. Is that a resource that's available to us, or is it a resource that's too limited?
So I know that resource at Nesbit is really focused on the Nesbit community. I think they maximize her time would be my gut. But I will say we have Spanish speaking staff here in the district office. Claudia, who's our receptionist, speaks Spanish. We frequently work with Spanish speaking families. They will come in and visit. They will call on the phone. We also have Michelle in our special programs that is able to translate for us. So at least Spanish should not be a barrier for families to contact the district office. I did make a note.
Well, I wonder about, like with our principals. So Mike reported that he's like, well, I don't really speak anything but English. No.
Yeah.
No. Is that something, is that a resource when we know we have people that can translate? Can we make that resource available to our various site leads so that when we're having these phone calls, perhaps that might be facilitated a bit?
So phone calls for sure. I will say so we have so many technological resources we learned today.
We're refreshed.
Yes, we're refreshed today. So Parent Square, if people have Parent Square, we need to help them in their native language realize.
Translate it to a native
Yeah.
language, and there's like 92 languages
Yeah.
at like the tap of a button.
The
We do
herd,
have Spanish speaking staff, but almost every single site, there's someone readily available. Just today, Kristen and I were at a school site and we called on the one Spanish speaker there who happens to be the custodian, but helped us translate so that we could let a family understand. We could make sure they understand what it meant that they tested
Yeah.
positive, how they needed to quarantine, what their next steps were, all of that. So we have access to, and all of your site leads will pull from their staff to make sure families are getting the information.
the Parent Square also, they're like Chingpei was saying, has the translation. And I made a note too. We have to help families understand that the resource we're providing them isn't just an English only resource.
Yeah.
Right. So
Because they might not be
so-
aware of it.
Right, because you
Right.
initially get it in
Right.
English, you may not figure out that
Right.
there's,
Right.
And not everybody has a nice smartphone that is going to be compatible with
Yeah.
the technology. So if we have families that are like that, that aren't subscribed to Parent Square, how are we reaching them other than through emails and Parent Square notifications?
Through email, our principals would be reaching out via their school staff. It is probably an area we can continue to grow in. We don't have a lot of dedicated staff to that.
Yeah, I know you guys are stretched right now.
Yeah.
It's calling up that we have families that are slipped through the cracks, right? And
We have something like 98% of our families accessible in Parent Square, and we check that metric regularly.
Okay.
So the vast majority, one way or other, are subscribed and receiving the messages.
Okay. Thank you guys for your time.
All right, on item number 13, Assistant Superintendent Hu, the floor is yours.
Well, you have the perfect segue, like 15 minutes ago. We're going to talk a little bit about tests. Okay. Good evening. Happy New Year. It's good to see all of you. It's a little chilly in here, so I'm going to say bundled up. I'm going to talk to you a little bit today, primarily about our English learner program. I know there were some questions, so we're going to just briefly talk about demographics. We're going to look at the curriculum that we have, what our instructional model is, how we assess and redesignate students, reclassify them, and then talk about our engagement opportunities. Just so you guys can see, I put together a couple of charts for us to see our English learner enrollment, both 4 years of trends in terms of the number of students and percentage of enrollment, as well as by school. So you can see that our percentage is very consistent. Over the past 4 years, district-wide, ELs have been 8 or 9% of our population. We have a slight dip this year at 8%. Otherwise 9,998, even though the numbers varied from 379 at a high to 325 at a low. And then you'll see the number of students as well as what percentage they make up of their population by school. No surprise, we all know Nesbitt has our highest number of English learners at 18%. That's this year. These are all of the languages that are represented in our student population. From the left column down, and then starting at Vietnamese, that's the second column. So it's like 1 through 15 and then 16 through 30, just as a point of interest. I also pulled for you our data on long-term English learners. The state defines English learners in a few different categories. Those who are in their first 3 years, 0 to 3 years of being identified in the English learner. Those who have been an English learner for 4 or 5 years who are at risk of becoming long-term English learners. Those who are considered long-term English learners are officially 6+ years with the English learner label. And then they have a category of English learners who are at that 4+ mark, but aren't on track to becoming what are called LTELs, based off of their LPAC performance. So you could just see the trend. You may notice that the numbers are far higher for 2021. We don't have current data just because of the way data timeline goes. And that's because last year going into 2021, we did not reclassify students. One of the 4 criteria put out by the state in order to qualify for redesignation or reclassification, they're used interchangeably, is state test performance. So in spring of 2020, we had no state testing, hence no reclassification at all last year, hence a giant jump. We've already reclassified 91 students this year. We do it every fall. Did I not put in? Oh, it's a little bit later. I'll get to it in a minute. But we've already classified 91. We have statewide, state board approved curriculum in every single content area, in every single grade level at every single school. Along with being state board approved, every piece of curriculum we have has a component that supports English learners. That is a requirement of the state when we use public funds to purchase textbooks. So in addition to the core curriculum that all of our English learners have access to, we also, over the past few years, have been working with Stanford and have been working with our reading specialists to really think about and look at and identify and analyze where are the holdups for our students. On the whole, our students redesignate very quickly. Our redesignated English learners outperform our monolingual English learners. So we know that our redesignation is happening at an appropriate time and pace. We're not doing it too quickly and then the redesignated kids don't perform as well. So we have a fairly successful program for the vast majority of students. What we have noticed for those LTELs in particular is when we get into the upper grades, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it is really tricky, particularly for new English learners who have come from a different district or from a different country in the upper grades. It's socially difficult to learn English because a lot of the booklets that you're using to learn basic survival language look like baby books. And to a 10, 11, 12-year-old, they don't want to be seen utilizing those baby books, and I put those in quotes, because it's not developmentally appropriate, right? These books are written for 5, 6, 7-year-olds, and now you have 10, 11, 12-year-olds engaging. That's one of the pieces that has been driving us crazy for a little bit, which is part of the impetus behind the new English curriculum that we have purchased to support the designated ELD that our reading and ELD specialists provide to students in pullout time. Not every English learner gets pullout time because they don't all need it. Based on their LPAC scores and their classroom performance, some of our English learners are purely in the general ed classroom all day long, getting integrated ELD, getting support from their teachers, being immersed in English all day, every day, and they are doing just beautifully. What we have for our kids who need a little bit more support, either they're newer to the language or they are struggling academics, are the supports from our reading/ELD specialists. We have purchased new curriculum. We purchased ILIT from Savvis specifically for 4th through 8th graders. There's a lot of nonfiction texts. There are a lot of low language, high interest books that are in developmentally appropriate content areas. So for my 6th, 7th, 8th grader who is new to the country, who is literate in another language, they don't have to hold a book that looks like it was written for a 5-year-old. They can feel confident in learning language at the appropriate level in terms of language acquisition, but still be content that is interesting and engaging and appropriate for a 10, 11, 12-year-old. We also have formally purchased Words Their Way. I know some of you are familiar with that because it is a phonics phonemic awareness program that teachers supplement in the classroom in K2. You're very familiar with seeing those workbooks. But ultimately, it is a systematic, sequential instructional model and path for language acquisition, spelling and vocabulary, which is very supportive of the early language learner. So all of our reading specialists and ELD specialists have access to both of those programs. They can pick and choose what they need. We've purchased ILIT for all of them because at all of our elementary schools, they work K5. At our K8s, they work K8, and at 6, 8. So they have access to everything, and they can pick and choose based off of the students that they see and their student needs. So we have a couple of different paths. Sorry, this is so small. I pulled this directly from our annual notification letter that goes to families. Usually it goes out in September, October-ish, with everything being the way it is. It didn't go out till late this year. But everybody gets an annual letter that says, you are continuing as an English learner. If you are getting an initial notification, you would get this IFEP business. If we give you, if you're new to us, we're your first stop as public school and you tell us that you have a language other than English in your home, we provide the proficiency assessment and your child could test out as initially fluent. You will only see that one time in your initial letter that says your child has placed initially fluent. They're not categorized as an English learner. They are not considered an ever EL. They're initially fluent. We notify you that they did that and that's it. You'll never see another letter again. Those who are designated English learners we'll see on an annual basis. If we've placed you as an English learner with reasonable fluency in English, you're just going to be in the general ed classroom. You will have integrated supports because every single one of our teachers holds a CLAD credential. They are qualified and capable of doing a really good job supporting language learners. Or if you are an English learner with less than reasonable fluency in English, those are our newest learners. So they're the ones that are struggling academically. Those students will have access to their general ed teacher, 100% of whom have a CLAD certificate and are qualified to teach. And in addition to that, they will see the reading/ELD specialist for additional supports through structured English immersion program. It's not a separate placement. That's sometimes confusing people. It's not an EL classroom where 100% of the students are ELs. It is a pull-out time where our specialists give them the support that they need in homogeneous groups with other students of similar level. Okay? Those are basically the three pieces. So some terminology you might hear thrown around. Integrated ELD refers to all the students who are getting strategic instruction in the classroom from their classroom teacher. When a teacher writes up the schedule on the board, it's not just so we all know what's going on. It is a strategy to help kids know their day and be able to follow along. It is a secondary input for instructions on the board. So I'm saying it, I'm writing it, I'm modeling it. So you have multiple modalities. That's all part of integrated ELD. Designated ELD is when a child is pulled out of the general ed classroom and works with a specialist, particularly on language acquisition, forms and functions of language. Okay. So if we look at our student assessment data, we measure the progress of our language learners in a couple of different ways. There's always the state testing information. So I've given you this chart on the left that talks to you about the percent meeting or exceeding this Smarter Balanced Assessment over just 2 years. 1920 is missing because of course. But I gave you the breakdown of kids who were all English. We have English learners, 80% proficient in 1 year, 82% in 18-19. That's all students, period. Then we get to look at the individual breakdown. So the blue and the green are the last year and then 2 years ago. Sorry, green and blue, last year and 2 years ago. First is all students. The next is our population of redesignated students. They are called RFEP, which stands for Reclassified Fluent English Proficiency. You'll see that their scores, pretty much like I said earlier, they outperform your monolinguals just by the tiniest bit. Ever ELs means that it is the combination of folks who have already been redesignated and those who are currently English learners. Then we have those who are English learners. So the ever EL in between is the mix of the two on the left and the right. That's your ELA performance. We have a far lower percentage of students meeting or exceeding standards as English learners in English language arts. That's to be expected. These are kids who generally are new to the language. They've been in learning language for 2, 3, 4 years and then taking the state test. Years and years and years ago, this is like when Dan and I were teaching, we were told and taught and reminded, it takes a child 7 years on average to develop academic language. So it's no wonder that after 3 years of instruction, I'm not yet proficient. Okay. So when we get to that 7-year mark and I'm still not proficient, we really have a problem. That's the average child. In Belmont, we already know our kids aren't average children. They tend to outperform and overperform the average. On the second side of that, it's just the math performance. You can just get a sense of our ELs compared to all students. Pretty similar piece. The pretty purple, blue, teal over there is our LCAP performance, which is the English Language Performance Assessments of California. This is from our dashboard, and there's only 1 year of data because we transitioned to LCAP. Then we had a year of data to be able to have this graph, and then we had COVID. So this shows us basically the teal, blue, and purple on the top are all of our kids who are progressing as expected. Either they are already at a language level 4, which is considered proficient, or they made a year's growth from their level, or they made a year plus growth. And then the very bottom 11.8% are those who did not increase. In fact, they decreased the proficiency level, meaning I went into the year
at an English language performance of 2, and then the next year, or maybe a 3. And then the next year I took the LPAC, I actually decreased to a 2. That's 12% of our population. That is struggle. To reclassify students as fluent English learners, we do follow state guided criteria. They need to perform at an LPAC level 4, which is the highest overall level. There are only 4 performance levels. In addition to that, we look at teacher evaluations as designated by our local education agency. You guys probably remember, you were all on the board. 3 of you were on the board at the time. You probably remember our master plan where we looked at our criteria and we designated the average score in report cards for this LEA piece. There is parent consultation. And then there's a basic skills relative to English proficient students. And that is your smarter balance assessment. That is why we look at the state test, because that's relative to your English only counterparts. Typically what happens is in the early fall, when we come back from summer break, we will review all of the data because, and this is the beauty of shifting timelines, we've finally gotten everything lined up. LPAC summatives are given in spring. The testing window is February 1st through May 31st. Don't worry, we're not starting in February. Chris and I looked at each other the other day and went, I can't believe it's time to start again. We will start in March. At the end of spring, we get your language, your summative EL test, which tells us how you're doing. We also get your smarter balance assessment for kids in grades 3 and up. We also get to see your end of year reading and writing assessment scores on your report card. And then we value teacher input. We don't get finalized data on spring LPAC or SBA until August or September, which is why in the fall, we sit down, we look at all of the data and we talk about who qualifies for redesignation. And then each of the reading specialists goes through each individual case, reviews, and then they make a recommendation with the teacher, the new teacher. And this is why I have this chart here, which shows you what our reclassification rates have been. The green is our district, the blue is the county, and the yellow is the state of California. So with the exception of 18-19, we outperform as always. 18-19 was my second year here. We had done a whole bunch of redesignation in 17-18 to kind of clean up data. So we just didn't have as many kids who were ready, but we also had an onslaught of kids that should have been redesignated probably prior. So that explains those 2 years of kind of strangeness. And as I was saying, for 21-22, we don't have the formal data to the state just yet because all of that gets reported and there's a lag. We've already redesignated 91 students, which is 25% of last year's English learner population. So 21, 3, 17.8, 13.6, another dip because of COVID, and then we're back up to 25%. So we are redesignating our kids at a pretty fast clip. I mean, that's not the only measure. I think the important measure is when we look at our redesignated students and how they're doing on the state tests. Like I said, even though it's minuscule, they do outperform monolingual students, which tells us from a data perspective, we are redesignating them appropriately. They are ready and they are thriving. We have a lot of opportunities for our families to get involved and to give their feedback and to be part of the program and this process. We do have 7 site-based English learner advisory councils. When I first came to the district, we only had 3 schools, I think, who had enough students to run ELACs. So this is a shift in our population. We do have similar numbers, but they are moving into different neighborhoods. And so now all 7 of our schools run an ELAC. I run the district ELAC. It has traditionally been me going to Nesbitt, but Kristen and I are able to put it out. This is the beauty of Zoom. We put it out and families from all over the district are able to attend and participate and give us our feedback. We take local surveys, we hold stakeholder engagement meetings, we host meetings for just our families who live in East Palo Alto, our Tinsley families who want to maintain that sense of community. We heard from them this year that they really do want to stay together as a community and have individual meetings. We always kind of approach it as you're part of your school community. We want you to feel part of your school and we don't want to single you out. They find it as a positive singling out. And so, adjusting to our community and their desires, we want to make sure everybody feels comfortable to give their feedback. It is actually really nice to be able to do things in Zoom. What we have traditionally done for the entire time that I've been in this district is we would host 2 to 3 meetings in East Palo Alto at the East Palo Alto YMCA, and we would go to the families. What I'm really happy to see is that we do have families participating in their site-based opportunities because of it. Even if I do it from my phone while I'm in the middle of a shift, or, I mean, I've seen doctors in our meetings who are clearly in a break room in their scrubs, holding their phone, doing their meetings. So this isn't just about families who maybe don't have access, but it's a convenience factor for all of our families who lead busy lives. So they have lots of opportunities. And you saw a parent earlier, she and I have had many conversations. I mean, we have a kind of an open door policy, call anytime, email anytime. We will talk to you at any time about any question or concern you have, not just during these formalized meetings. So that's our EL program in a nutshell. What questions do you have?
Could you talk a little bit about CLAD? You talked about all the Gen teachers being certified in it, but I don't remember what it is.
CLAD is cross-cultural language acquisition and design, correct?
CLA, you got to see
Yes.
an L and an A and a D.
It is a component to earning your teaching credential where there is specific coursework. Ultimately, it is a requirement by the state that we as teachers all know strategies for engaging learners. I think this dovetails a little into MTSS. CLAD is something that was really big in the early 2000s, and you had to have the credential to teach English learners specifically. With the evolution of intervention and understanding that it's not just, it doesn't really matter if your label is English learner or student with disability or student with ADHD or student with X, Y, or Z need. The focus at the state level and what we've been working on through multi-tiered system of support is understanding that each individual child is the onion that you peel back, and knowing how to look at data, knowing how to assess quickly, knowing how to take your formative assessment information to change tomorrow's lesson and change the groups that you work together is really the state focus. So while the CLAD is still a requirement, it's not the buzzword anymore. And truthfully, I want to say it was 3 courses that we took when we got our credential in 2000. I don't remember very much from it. All of your training for supporting students with learning differences, regardless of the label, comes from on the ground, boots on the ground training and meeting the student and trying different things and using all of our resource books to say, let's try this strategy, let's try that strategy. Let's talk to my mentor teacher. They've had experience with this. So, I mean, I think that just goes hand in hand with, we have great staff who really support each other. We have reading specialists and ELD specialists. This year, we tried something new. They have always given a training at the beginning of the year on how to deliver your reading assessments with fidelity. Instead of doing this one and done sit and get, they went out into classrooms in the fall and they modeled together and they co-assessed and they trained. They spent an hour with every teacher on their staff to calibrate, to learn, to have those kind of conversations where you catch the good way instead of catching a germ, right? We're learning how to do it together. We're having a conversation that really changes, and then it became a professional development and a professional learning opportunity instead of sitting, I don't know, daydreaming for an hour while someone's training, which, you know, happens to the best of us. Sometimes we're just too tired to listen. So we changed that, right? So we're really trying to use our specialists in a way to be service delivery people as well as consultation on staff that fit into our whole MTSS process with our intervention team that includes your learning center teacher, your RSP teacher, your psychologist, your speech and language pathologist. So as we look at students with individual needs, we look at them holistically from all different fronts.
Got it. Thank you.
Really long answer. I told Rui I would try to be fast.
I have a question related to, because there's so many different languages, but it sounds like the approaches don't require that the teachers speak the other languages, right? So the diversity of languages is not as big of an issue as you might think it is. Is that right?
Short answer, yes. I mean, I think if you are able to have L1 primary language support, that helps the student feel comfortable and know that there's a there's kind of a backup crutch. I think there's also a school of thought that if you have too much L1 support, there's no reason to learn the target language. So the strategies are about making things comprehensible. So using visuals, using movement, giving real life experiences, putting kids into conversation groups and giving sentence stems and language frames so they can build upon and learn how to use the syntax. Okay, I've learned how to say my favorite color is. Now I'm going to add a little bit of my favorite color is because, or, you slowly grow bit by bit as they learn the forms and functions of language. So that part doesn't require that I could speak Ukrainian or one of the many, many dialects of the Indian language, right? It's about, do I know how to provide you an experience and the picture and the image? We can rely, thankfully, we've got great tools. If we really need something translated through Nearpod, when I create a slide and I'm teaching my kids, my students on the other end can click a button and change the language of the text on the screen. So even though I'm maybe delivering something here in English, and now my child is hearing it in English and trying to interact in English, when they need it, they click the button and translate it and hear what it's meant to be. So we have tech to help us. It's just a matter of really, it's the age-old question of time, right? Like we have great specialists, but do we have enough time between our specialists and our generalists to collaborate and learn how to use all the tools? The most effective way, I think, is that teachable moment. So having the hour together to learn how to do something, to in the moment, try it together is one thing that we're doing. Question?
Yeah, how many ELL learners do we have in the district?
In the district right now?
Yeah.
325.
So about 32 plus, maybe 40 of those kids fit into that 12%.
Oh, look at you. We have 37 students who have been English learners for 6 or more years.
Yeah.
Of those, 16 of those students we've had since day one. Those are the 16 that we really need to hone in on and figure out what is it that we're doing wrong for them. A lot of those are also dual identified as students with special education needs. But the other 21 are students that we've inherited. Either they came from another district and they've come to us at year 5. Actually, not either. That is what happened because you wouldn't be, they came from somewhere else in order for them to be a 6+ EL.
So I'm curious, right? One of the things that you said was that Belmont families are special. Well, the insinuation was that perhaps that some of our English language learner families come here because of a special skill. Their tech, their academia, their medicine, something like that, the industries that we live in right around here. But I'm curious about this 21 kids that are effectively general ed that struggle. And how does that particular group break down? Are they kids that come to us and immigrate to us because the family is here for one of those special skills? Or are they different kinds of families that may have challenges that act as an anchor on their ability to perform?
So those 21 students that have come to us, we know anecdotally because we see as they register where they've come from. They are the more traditional California English learner. They tend to be lower socioeconomic status. They tend to be families of wage workers, not families of doctoral students and professionals. That is something that we are noticing in the change. The 16, I'm actually more concerned about the 16 that have been ours since kindergarten and what's going on. To be totally honest, we've just begun digging into those explicits. At my level, I think the principals all know who they are. So the next kind of conversation with them is, you need to dig. You need to tell me what's going on.
Yeah.
You need to tell me how to better support you.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Absolutely, because I know the numbers and I know their names, but I don't know anything else about them at this point.
Yeah.
But what I can do for them is turn that into a student group so that when they go into Illuminate, they can pull up those students and see on the custom reports of just where are they.
Yeah.
what's going on. And then
That
they
same
know
song
this-
I'm gonna sing, right, is like, how do we support those kids unless we know what their needs are to support them and why they're not
Right.
achieving? And
So that's the work that our reading specialists, I mean, they are already, I'm sure when I say, hey, what's going on with them, they'll all have information, but at my level, these are numbers that we have to dig into.
sure, okay, I appreciate that, thank you.
It's not, I mean, so we've joked a little bit about Kristen. I mean, Kristen's official title was Ed Services Wellness Coordinator. Part of when she's not doing testing and wellness and counselors, her job is English program. She works with our specialists. She oversees all of the testing. She's taken that completely off my plate. I had asked her if she wanted to come tonight, and then I said, you know what, don't even bother. You have been running yourself ragged. I'm sure she's logged on watching, but we have a full administrator who oversees and works very closely with our specialists to ensure that our students are being monitored and checked up on, and we are trying to make progress on.
Okay, thank you.
No, I just want to mention something real quick, and I heard it a couple of times when you said that our EL students actually outperform our monolingual students at some point, and it's not the performance, but I think it's the language that you're using. Outperforming monolinguals says that our EL students are bilinguals, right? And I think oftentimes when we talk about English learners, it's from a deficit mindset, when in reality, when we flip that around and they're proficient, it's actually a very positive thing that they're bilingual, right? That is a skill that everybody should desire.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, you bet, anytime. Great. Who's next?
Okay, on to number 14. CBO Bao, the floor is yours.
All right, on to utilities, exciting stuff. Not quite as interesting as ELs. So I believe it was 2016-ish, the board adopted a policy to review utilities annually. So right now what we're doing is reviewing our utilities usage from the 2021 school year, especially as it relates to the years before that, as an effort to, keep an eye on our various utilities usage. It is, of course, worth noting that we have had 2 strange years. So, trends are largely caused by COVID and less around, our decisions. But with that, the first slide here. So on each of these, I've attempted to normalize where we talk about the overall cost and then a per pupil cost. Per pupil is one way of thinking about it, though, of course, a lot of utilities is a fixed cost, or it's at least a stepwise fixed cost in that regardless of how many kids in a classroom, you're going to be running the same amount of electricity and gas typically. So overall, our electricity and gas costs were down 16.9% specifically from 1920. Probably due to the amount of time in the school year we spent, in versus not in the classroom. It's worth noting that though it's down from 1920, it is still up from 1819 because overall electricity rates are up. Water usage, so there were a lot of initiatives implemented right before the 2018-19 school year around smart metering, like smarter sprinkler systems, being conscious about not using them when it's raining, things like that, that led to a decrease. But it has been going up since then. This trend, as you can see, is relatively unaffected by COVID, just because a lot of that is around maintaining our lawns, et cetera. And overall, of course, water costs are also going up. Sewer service. This is an area that was very impacted by students not being on campus. So you'll see sort of a steep decline over the last few years. I am expecting that to go back up for obvious reasons. And then finally, trash and recycling. That because of distance learning, we had reduced the pickup schedule. A lot of this cost is largely driven by our ecology pickup. We reduced that. That's gone down. I'm expecting this to come back up to sort of at least 18-19 levels, and then moving forward, possibly even going up more as we increase, potentially, depending, are compost pickups, as we have rolled out universal lunch and eventually next year, universal breakfast. And so overall, here's our picture overall, which tells a story of, steadily increasing a little bit, mostly due to the incremental cost per unit increases, with a drop in 2021. Again, the main thing to read into that is that our campuses were unused for a good chunk of the school year. So what's really going to be interesting when we look at trend lines is when we kind of look at taking out our anomaly years, taking it from 18-19 to 21-22 at this point next year. And then in addition to all this, which will be the next agenda item, we started talking about potential energy efficiency options to implement. Sorry, that's a typo. Not to implement in 2021, but we started talking about that, and I'll get to that at the next agenda item. But first, just wanted to pause and see if there were any questions about utilities usage in general.
I had a question about composting. I think that it's now required, right, for commercial organizations. So is that what you're talking about, adding a composting program? Because I think some school sites already have.
We do have compost programs, or we do already compost, but it's just a matter of, we don't necessarily have a compost bin outside, for instance, right? It might be like inside the MUR, might be in the staff room. And so it's just making it much easier for students, or, making sure that when you're exiting, or when you're like leaving the lunch area, that it just becomes really easy for students to compost.
Okay.
Go ahead. With two questions. I was under the impression that composting actually costs less than trash pickup and recycling pickup. You're just saying that we're going to have three different.
Correct, because we're not.
So that will.
That's correct.
Even though the cost for the others should.
Yeah, so the cost is by pickup. So it's not actually by weight. It's by the size of the bin that they're dumping, whether or not the bin is 25% full or 75% full. And so we are adding a compost pickup, which, apples to apples, one, compost bin costs less than one trash bin, but we're not able to eliminate that trash bin because we are still producing waste.
And then composting can attract critters. What do we do? What's our plan to mitigate that potential problem?
Largely, I think it's on campus, making sure that those compost bins are taking out to the Recology pickup pieces regularly, and then just monitoring that area and figuring out if we need to increase pickup times.
How can we increase the ant problem at Redwood Shores?
I personally went out there on New Year's Eve with the Clark's guy walking every single classroom. It's hard because, and he says like the entire shores, it's just hard. There are just more ants out there. As a school, we are more limited by the chemicals that we are able to use, right? So there's options available in private homes that aren't available to us. So it's, there is a reality of building good habits around not putting food in classrooms. The areas inside the classrooms where we saw strings of ants, they were going clearly towards a source of food. Happened in my own office just after the break as well. I left, a little candy bar out there, guilty of that too. And then it's just about kind of a regular system. I think with Clark's in particular, there was a little bit of misunderstanding with them around whether we were scheduling the monthly service or they would prearrange a monthly service. So we got that cleared up.
Thank you very much.
I guess for the trash though, if we're able to reduce enough, are there options for smaller sizes?
There are, but we still generate, a decent amount of trash. And the other thing to remember about the trash bins is like, it's not always a consistent amount of trash. So there are weeks where there's a, science experiment that's going to generate more. And it would be tricky to adjust the actual size. You have to get a trash bin that's able to hold kind of, at least a reasonable, ebb and flow. And there are times when, extraordinary circumstances, we can increase pickup one day that week. That's no problem. We don't have to increase by the absolute max we might be able to generate in 2 days. But there are ebbs and flows, and, there's always going to be bathroom trash. There's always going to be some level of classroom trash, things like that.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. And we will continue on with Ms. Bow for item number 15. Thank you.
Presentation?
Presentation, please. All right, so this fall, the board authorized a RFQ number 22-01. And the goal of this was to identify long-term savings opportunities. So to really be taking a proactive stance in saying, what are opportunities that we have to look for some energy efficiency projects that can pay for themselves. That was sort of the scope. And, we said like, maybe there's more in water. We did something, maybe there's something with HVAC. We did do a modernization project. We have smart meters. Is there something with solar? So we issued a very broad RFQ with the goal of finding kind of a general contractor to come in and do a detailed needs assessment and then manage the implementation of that. So that RFQ was issued in October. And for those interested, we conducted an in-person site visit. So we did a walkthrough at Central and one at Ralston to sort of see, a middle school, a K-8, up the hill, down the hill, kind of give them a good idea of the spectrum of facilities. We then followed that up with a virtual Q&A session where interested contractors were able to ask us more specific questions about our facilities, about our thoughts on financing, and our response deadline was November 29th. There we go. And then in December and January, we reviewed our responses and conducted a finalist interview with NG. And there were attached to this item was both their final proposal as well as their presentation that they gave at the final round interview. So a few items to consider. So NG is our finalist. They are very well qualified. They've worked with South San Francisco School District, as well as a number of other districts in San Mateo and Santa Clara. Their response in their proposal demonstrated the knowledge of a variety of financing types and approaches, which I think will be important to us as well as we want to, kind of leverage what's out there. So they're not just construction, they're well-versed on the financing side as well. And they also, so what NG will do is they will calculate your estimated savings and then follow up with you over a number of years. And so in their proposal, they named the number of times that they miscalculated and didn't have realized savings. And that was 0.41% of their projects. And in those cases, they do guarantee the savings. So they will cut you a check for that amount. That said, overall participation and responses in the RFQ was a little bit lower than expected. We had 5 places come out for that initial site visit and 2 respondents who submitted a bid by November 29th. So it was shared broadly, through CBO networks, kind of through folks we know in the construction area. Some companies gave some advance notice that they were not going to submit a response based on, various things around the criteria that we had named. And then the third piece of consideration here is, of course, that while not an energy project, a facilities project that's on the radar is TK expansion. So with the rollout of universal TK, as we are doing our enrollment projections and our needs assessment, there is also a reality that may intersect with energy construction as well. So that would require kind of a level of coordination. So I think moving forward, there's 3 options. Option A is we could approve the NG proposal and begin our energy efficiency work. So this is the baselining, identifying areas of opportunity. But what we need to do is draw out that timeline to really make sure that we're not doing any duplicative work. Like when we initially started talking about this before Universal TK was announced, it was, let's figure it out, let's do it as soon as possible, because the sooner you do this, there's a few advantages, right? One is cost of construction is only going up. So the sooner you do it, in a way, cheaper it is. And the second is the sooner you do it, the quicker you can realize the energy savings. But now with TK on the horizon, what you don't want to do is build a solar panel that you tear down a year later to put up classrooms. So because of the need to organize around that, I think even if we were to move forward today, we need to be really thoughtful about stretching out that timeline. Option B in the middle is to pause on selection so that that general contractor is selected in conjunction with one for TK. So from the beginning, kind of having both strengths and picking 2 contractors that can really like work well together. There may be some intersections as far as picking architects, things like that. And then the third option is to really pause on our energy work entirely until TK plans are fully developed. And then, whether that's reissue an RFQ or retrack out to NG, really just move forward at that point. So the question, I think, is just how do we prioritize energy relative to TK? One other consideration is that the California Public Utilities Commission recently has approved what's called NEM 3.0, which is a different way of calculating solar savings. So this is my very high level understanding of how PG&E works. But currently, if you have a solar panel installed, so I'm going to make up some units here. So let's say your solar panel produces 10 units of, energy, and during the day you're using 5 units. So PG&E can then take that other 5 and they'll give you a credit for it because they're taking, the 5 units from my house and, moving it over to Dan's house. And I still get that credit for it because my solar panel generated those credits. Under NEM 2.0, you don't get full credits for that. Under NEM 3.0, which is what was just passed. And so what this tactically means is that your potential savings from solar is estimated to decrease as much as 50 to 75%. I will say that number is likely to be lower for school districts because we're consuming generally most of the electricity during the same hours that daylight's being generated, right? So this will probably have a higher impact on homes, but it is big. And so there's a grandfathering period, which essentially says if you had your plans submitted with your savings calculated under the original calculations, then we'll go ahead and still let you use the original calculations for 20 years. But you have to submit those plans by, I want to say March. So there is, on the question of do we pause on this, there is some urgency with solar around the potential of realized savings there. We did ask NG about this in their final round interview. They said they would be willing to, basically rush through and not rush in a bad way, but they would be able to prioritize getting some plans submitted for solar. And I think we could begin those in areas where we definitely would not have a TK, for example, Ralston, right? There's no reason to plan around TK at Ralston. So there is opportunities to go ahead and submit plans. And for campuses where those plans no longer work with TK, we just won't utilize that. But so long as your plans are submitted by the grandfathered in deadline, you can still use the old rates.
What if you make a change to the plans that are submitted?
No, it has to be exactly the plans that are submitted. Yep. So there's no I want to do it. There is it's only this is my exact plan. Any changes to the plan will void your ability to access the old rates. Yep.
I had a couple of questions. I think on the previous slide, it said something like NG has worked with other San Mateo districts.
Mm-hmm.
Are the districts that they've worked with, are they similar to ours? Or can you shed some light on that?
Yes, so they have done work with most recently South San Francisco and Mountain View, I think are the two ones that they mentioned in their proposal.
I think Ravenswood as well, right?
Ravenswood, sorry, yes, but they haven't completed those. They're in progress with them. So there's nothing physical to look at of their results, but yes, Ravenswood as well.
When would the TK construction work, the planning, all of that need to happen?
So we anticipate that we'll need potentially new classrooms by fall of 2023, which means that likely that construction, we'll want to finish construction by July or August of 2023, which means working backwards from there, we kind of want that construction to begin next summer. So the planning needs to happen before then.
Back to the school districts, have you discussed with any of the school districts, either locally or otherwise, as reference checks or see how their experience was, to see if the expected savings were met?
Yeah, Ravenswood, like I mentioned, has not seen any expected savings because they're still in the planning process. I've reached out to South San Francisco, and I think I've heard generally positive things, but didn't get into details around their they did 2 phases, and their first phase actually did exceed even their projections. And then their second phase, I think, is still ongoing. And I have not talked to anyone at Mountain View yet.
And as far as, these construction projects can always be disruptive to, students and classes and everything. Is this something that in the proposal, did they mention with, it would be like during the summer time, during the off school time, or?
Yeah, so I do feel very encouraged by the fact that NG has worked with a number of school districts. In their interview, it was clear that they had a clear understanding of the implications of doing construction with a school district as opposed to, other organizations. So they're certainly very aware of that and conscious around planning around that.
And as far as the finances go, so I understand, we installed it, save this money. Is there, are there upfront costs for us? Do we have to front money to get the project and we recoup that later, or?
So there's lots of different ways to finance this. And one of the reasons that we wanted to find a general contractor who not only had experience on the financing side, but actually one of our minimum requirements is that they themselves have a bonding capacity to essentially spot that, right? And so, there's everything from kind of like PG&E, for instance, has financing incentives where essentially you get your project signed off by them. So you submit a proposal to them, they sign off on it. And then if you can agree on a baseline and the repayment, you repay so if your energy bill is normally $5,000 and under this it's now $4,000, you continue to pay $5,000 until your loan's paid off, and then you get the $4,000 bill. So there's no upfront costs under that model, right? And from PG&E's perspective, doing that is cheaper than building out the grid of just lending money to other people to reduce the load. So that's one example. There are, of course, also, there may be state funds available, things like that, but that does require some, covering that cost up front. And what might that look like? Does that likely, I said that's not going to come from us. We're not looking at issuing bonds to cover this at this time. And so the specific financing mechanism would be part of working with NG to identify what works for our budget and, potential projects.
And thank you for the presentation and the research on this and giving us 3 different options there. I think I know which one I'm leaning towards, but I'm curious, what's your recommendation between these 3 options? I mean, being deep down into it, knowing so much.
Yeah. So I would say that because of this NEM 2.0 versus 3.0 piece, which is really expected to have quite a large impact on solar potential, my recommendation would be move forward with option A, kind of get that into play. I was actually not even sure that we could meet the submission deadline, but NG seemed to feel like we could. I think if it weren't for that, I would probably err towards being a bit more conservative around TK. I think realistically, it just means that we need to understand that our broad timeline will be stretched out aside from getting in these solar plans.
And then final question is, so of course, any savings are going to be off utility costs and everything, which is part of the general fund, right? So it's actually, but any upfront cost would be facilities fund. So we pay facilities, but we save on, okay. So that's a good cash flow, I guess. Yeah.
Correct.
I would add to that, Rui and I have been working through the TK process and what it's going to take to get there in a couple of years. So we've been working with past folks that the district has used, better understanding the landscape. We continue to go that way. I'd even add, before with the final interview, I think our recommendation might have been a little bit different. We felt that that NG came with a good proposal and really wanted to work with the district and support us in ways that we really didn't think were possible. So.
Great. Yeah.
And I know NG does partner with districts on kind of STEM programming. Is that of use to us? Like how does that fit in with what our current plans in STEM are?
So I'll take.
Okay.
So I was so initially when we put that in the proposal, I thought, okay, we might get the kind of picture, the picture with kids and whatnot. but they actually do quite a bit of programming for kids and STEM classes and showing how things work. And they talk to it quite a bit throughout their proposal. I was actually impressed. It didn't seem like it was just the one-off, okay, you got your solar, let's watch the meter turn on. They actually did some more instruction with it. So the fact that they actually celebrated that as one of their highlights. They do all this business work. They love working with the kids. So it'll be nice to see that.
So two questions, and really it has to do with more with the TK construction. So when I think of TK, I think of it requiring potentially new classrooms, but also bathrooms, and in particular bathrooms in the classroom. But that also makes me think of all the K classrooms where the teachers wish they had bathrooms. And so I wonder if there's a potential curb cut effect there, if we are either building or modifying our current classrooms to expand that footprint in terms of bathrooms in the classroom to include the K sites that we have. Probably another discussion, but would certainly be something that's welcome amongst our the younger teachers or younger grade teachers. And then one of the pieces of advice that we've gotten along the way is going up, not out, when it comes to construction at this point. And so are we anticipating going to a second story at some of our sites where we might be adding additional classrooms, or are we trying to figure, are we doing the math around the land and trying to expand the footprint around the land?
So I think that's a great question, and one that kind of needs to start with, bringing in planners to help answer that, because the question of there's a question of what can we go up, right? Like, are existing one stories able to be built on? Do they have the infrastructure for that even? Is that a true option?
Because you could see that if you're going out, that doesn't necessarily mess up your solar plans. But if you're going up, it may be a big problem.
Right.
Put something down and shadows, et cetera. And then the other question I have is about batteries and their utility in this scheme. So if we go with this solar, this installation of solar, does that preclude us from adding batteries at a later time if it seems like we might benefit in terms of savings by adding batteries, storing our energy instead of selling it back?
Yeah, I think that would be part of the solar planning process, would be one of the questions to ask during that time of like, what might a battery look like and how much might that cost?
And then
I think under NEM 3.0, we're certainly going to start seeing batteries probably go up because of that, the incentive structure.
gotcha. And then my not so serious question, can we add a Tesla's charging site for the ultimate school force donor of the year to park in every day? Sure, that would be.
We'll do a school force branded charger. How about that?
I think some folks might love a Tesla charger.
Or at least an EV charging seems to be like the wave of the future. So I'm assuming that might be under consideration.
Well, electric vehicles might be out there somewhere for the district, right? And if that happens, can we dovetail that off of employee charging stations as well as district vehicle charging stations? Something to think about. One can dream.
You mostly talked about solar. Were there other projects as well that?
Yeah, for sure. So they looked at lighting. Lighting was named as sort of like a low hanging fruit to replace, and certainly one that wouldn't necessarily interfere with TK construction. And then there's kind of just more baselining and research to be done around electrical in general. So that's looking at transformers, that's looking at our wiring, things like that. And then I think there's also a deeper analysis to be done on our HVAC systems, which, while modern, and we do have, kind of the smart temperature controlled energy efficiency thermostats on it, which of course is not being used this year. It is just on all the time, but eventually, hopefully, will come back to being used.
Being used in this room right now.
But it's a question of, how well are those working? Are there opportunities to get, incrementally better, for instance?
And then on the solar, I thought I read somewhere that the solar panels would be predominantly over parking lots. But would be, or it sounds like we might be looking at roofs as well.
So it kind of depends. So interestingly, the question of whether or not they can go on roofs or whether a second story can go on it actually comes down to the soil underneath it, the building, and whether it can support that extra weight. So all great questions and ones that we really need to have a professional start looking at to help us understand what even with is in the physical realm of possibility.
So you said they gave us a final proposal. It sounds like there's still, the final proposal was more to help us evaluate, not start work.
Right. It would be intent, the awarding is not like a contract amount, but a intent to move forward into developing a proposal and a contract essentially, because there's a cost to them, right, of going and doing that analysis. Typically, they're structured such that once you move forward with the project, they're taking sort of a percentage of the construction costs. And if you decide not to move forward, then you go ahead and pay for the time invested in doing that.
But my last question, you had mentioned with option A, if we try to get it in by March, you can't deviate from that. Is it only the parts of the proposal that affect the NEM 2 versus NEM 3? Or is it everything?
No, so the NEM 2, NEM 3 is specifically solar. And so, we could submit a solar plan and then need to deviate from that. And we would just submit a different solar plan and just accept the NEM 3 rates, essentially.
Got it. Thank you. That's super helpful.
And I was wondering, what were examples of the possible duplicative work?
Yeah, so that was the example such as, building a solar panel and having to tear it down, for instance. When it comes to construction, if it's not well planned, like there are certain mobilization costs. If you're digging up concrete, for instance, there's typically a large mobilization cost and then the extra incremental costs are lower. Those are just when it comes to actual construction pieces that you want to coordinate around. If you're going to get an excavator out there, you want your excavator to do everything they need to do.
But it sounded like NG had experience with navigating those types of things. So they've done other.
Yeah, they've talked about working in school districts where there was a parallel bond project. Ravenswood actually was the example they gave because Ravenswood is doing some significant construction along with energy efficiency and just the coordinate, just being very conscious and making sure to have regular check-ins and kind of spot those areas.
So to meet that March deadline, do you feel like you would need a decision by tonight's board meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of, you had mentioned Ralston as a possible site to think about moving forward right away because you don't have to worry about TK. Is it I know you don't have a proposal, but have you all given thought to where TK might be housed? Are you thinking about several locations or one location? Because that would really help you too, to be able to maybe to narrow down. Ralston's not going to be one of the sites, so you can move forward on the option A on that. And then if you're able to give us a sense of what other places, for instance, there isn't a whole lot of land left at Sandpiper. I mean, there's just up or out.
And
So,
I'll say, when we think about TK, remember that we're essentially adding a grade level. A grade level to the district, a full grade level. So the idea of satellite spaces and moving kids, start at Fox, you end up back at SIP, probably isn't ideal, right? So we're actually thinking that each of our sites are likely going to need TK space, and we're looking at that right now.
That said, when it comes to actually thinking about where it goes, there's moving pieces. And I think by the time we need to by the time we have planners come out, we're going to have more information than we do right now around things like what do enrollment at our schools look like and how many existing spaces are there, as well as, what does future enrollment look like? We have started our enrollment for TK and sibling enrollment. And it'll be interesting to kind of look at those numbers to finalize our projections.
so do you anticipate having at least one TK class at each of the either K through 5 or K through 8?
I do anticipate.
We think that would be ideal.
Yeah, because we want our youngest kiddos to be making the connection at the school that they're going to stay at for 6, 7, 8 years, right? So ideally, it might not happen that way as we grow. TK, as we see enrollment come, there may not be that full need, but eventually TK is a full grade level. So if we think about the way kids grow up, it's likely that it's going to need an equivalent number of kindergarten spaces. The other thing that I think we're kind of wondering about is the class size ratios are changing as well. So that might drive up space needs to consider too.
I think overall planning in earnest for TK is going to start in a few months. So we're still in, again, like early data gathering. You're kind of hearing some early hypotheses, but there's some data gathering to be done before, concrete planning begins.
So I know our enrollment's gone down, but at some point it may go back up, right? And prior to it dipping, I mean, we were pretty maxed out, particularly in Central Belmont. And those sites at Central Cipriani were pretty maxed out. So I guess I'm just thinking there are downstream effects, right? And I know we're not discussing where we put TK, et cetera. I'm just bringing up the issue that if you make a decision that you have a TK class at each site, the downstream effects are that based on a distance calculator, you might be bumping families, right? Who are in a non-TK grade to further out too, because of the way we assign students. So it feels like to me, it feels like there are a lot of variables. And while I really appreciate, first of all, thank you for all the work and thinking about all the 3 options. I do feel like as we're having this discussion, there are more and more issues that are coming up. And I like the recommendation of option A, certainly for Ralston. I think that makes sense, but I'm not sure. I don't know, if we went with option A right now, are there
two would realistically only move forward on potential solar plans and then delay or lower hang for like lighting and delay any other construction discussions until we have a more concrete picture of TK.
And worst case, if at a particular site, we submitted a particular proposal for the solar plan, but then the TK plan disrupted that.
We just wouldn't implement that plan, right?
We would pay the higher rate, which we would have paid anyway, even if we didn't go with option A. Because if we went for B or C, we'd be locked into the higher rate.
Exactly, yeah.
So this just kind of, option A gives us the possibility of paying lower rates.
Correct.
And option A will apply site to site to site. So is it for the entire district, it has to be the layout is consistent with option A, or it's all or none?
Site by site submissions.
So Fox can be, we could move forward on Fox, for instance, if there were no changes and adopt that plan. But if we felt like there was a problem in Sandpiper and we needed to scuttle it, that wouldn't mess up Fox plans.
Correct.
Oh, okay, that's helpful to know.
Any further discussion or questions? Okay, so this is up for action. And is the action you're asking to choose one of these options or just approve? Okay, just want to make sure.
Well, yeah, I guess approve NG, but with the understanding that approval means moving forward with submitting for solar and pausing on kind of longer term implementation, which is a change from the initial timeline.
Just to be clear, we're giving you guidance. We're not making a motion or anything.
You are taking action to select NG.
If you
Okay.
choose to go that path.
Okay.
Or should you decide to?
And are we selecting one of those options or?
Yes.
Because we could give action to say, yes, we approve you moving forward with NG using your judgment as to which option to use.
Right.
Or
Yes.
we could say, we want you to go with option A, B, or C. Do you have does the board have the preference? Whether we should choose the option or leave it up to the CBO's expertise to choose the option? Personally, I like option A too, but I would like to give the I mean, it gives flexibility if we approve moving forward with NG, at least based on things that happen the next month or so, it will give you the flexibility to choose between the option you feel is best. But I'll leave that up for
I think it probably makes,
discussion.
I think it probably makes more sense, given what we've heard from the CBO, to go with option A. And I think if there are any issues that come up, then she can always let us know and
We can come back.
we can change decision-making as appropriate.
The recommendation is to award or to approve moving forward with NG under option A.
Well, if it's your recommendation, I hear a consensus forming around option A, so I'm happy to do that.
Let me see if I got this right. I'm gonna try the motion. I move to adopt the recommendation to award NG as our company that will provide us with infrastructure and modernization and utility modernization. Proceeding forward with option A as presented to the board.
I'll second the move. And the motion.
Usually says it right here, what we're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, no discussion on the motion, so I will call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes by unanimous vote. Good luck with the project.
I think I know what we voted for.
Okay, that moves us on to item number 16. How is everyone doing? Do we need a quick break
I can,
or
I could use the bathroom break.
you know, break? Okay, well, in that case, I will call
Quickly.
I will have a recess for the meeting at 9:31. Let's say we'll be back in 10 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay.
Everyone's getting hungry.
9:32.
I'm cold.
So we'll come back at 9:37.
Hey, Jerome.
All right, it is now 9:37 PM and I will declare, or I'm sorry, I will call the meeting reopened. And we are on to item number 16, which is the 2x2x2 Belmont-Redwood City debrief. And why don't I let Superintendent DeGuara kick it off?
Yeah, so on December 15th of last year, we had, seems so long ago, we had Trustee Koo and Trustee Howard and I met with representatives from both the city of Belmont and the city of Redwood City, as our, we usually do a couple times a year. On the agenda, we wanted to talk about local funding initiatives, which included us sharing our look ahead in terms of parcel tax and kind of sharing ideas what might be coming on city actions. We had a community center update, school resource officer program update. We talked about traffic, family safety, community events, what really kind of looking into each other's crystal balls in terms of what events might look like post. I guess that was pre-surge. I'm not sure how that it's impacted since, but and then just really talked about the idea of partnerships and opportunities. The one thing I think I would say is we had a lot of, like normal, we had a lot of topics on the agenda. We look at forward planning, look at reducing the number of topics on our agenda, and just engaging in collaborative conversation is probably a way to make that, to optimize the meaningfulness of those meetings. But certainly Trustee Howard, Trustee Koo, want to share your thoughts?
Do you want to go first?
Sure. The piece of the discussion that stood out to me was twofold. One, we had a long discussion about SROs that I wasn't totally expecting, but possibly because the perspective of Redwood City and the perspective of Belmont with their SROs have been slightly different. I think that on this end, at least on the Belmont side, it has felt like our SRO program has been very much about service and really emulates the protect and serve piece and familiarity with the community. And we have had nothing but good experiences with them. And they have done nothing but right by us, especially recently in the last few years, have just been blown away by their service. I'm very eager to honor those relationships and commitments and keep that program going. Redwood City sounds like has had a slightly different experience. And to be fair, Redwood Shores and Redwood City, parts of it feel like different areas. Belmont and Redwood Shores feel a little bit more married in terms of their overall experience. Whereas, there are parts of Redwood City that don't view police officers the same way that we may view in Belmont and Redwood Shores. And so it seemed that if I interpret it right, that there was a pullback from the SRO program in Redwood City. And so we reframed that discussion about what is the SRO program about. And my sense is that if your SRO program is an extension of enforcement, then that's not a relationship that's going to evolve into one that's productive for both the community and the schools, and perhaps communicates a certain perspective about your community that is unwelcome, and I can understand that. Whereas a stance of education, service, community awareness, protection and service, yet again, perhaps changes that conversation. And it was clear that the Belmont SRO program has used a particular model that may have been different
from enforcement that has been there for quite a while that allows us to benefit from that perspective. And I'm very hopeful that we can continue that relationship and honor those commitments that we've made and find a both a ongoing relationship in terms of our community and how our culture evolves around that program, as well as our financial relationship with that program so that it continues and doesn't teeter on budgeting on our end. The other interesting thing that came out of that discussion was about the community center. I can't remember how many of those discussions happened in that meeting or outside of that meeting. But one of the things that occurred to me is that, that Stanford is considering becoming I don't know what the right word is, but the taking over the affiliation of Notre Dame University. And there are some opportunities there in terms of building up that community center. And also perhaps our relationship with Stanford as a community within the public school system, not just the Notre Dame itself. And you can see how it's helping that community center evolve and encouraging some of those newer interests to help with that project might develop things such as childcare or fields that are available for not just and resources that are available not just for the broader community, but for the schools at times. So, for instance, we always talk about, or several of us jock-minded types talk about having another basketball court available to the schools or another field that is, 20, all-weather type field, things like that. And there's things in consideration at the community center that we might dovetail off of, and certainly, it sort of prompts us to think: how can we interface with the Stanford acquisition, or however you want to call it, of Notre Dame, and benefit both the community and the schools locally. The last piece, and this may have been an offline discussion, but these online discussions generate offline discussions. But I can tell you that one of the focuses of Mayor Mates, is really a theme of rebuilding community, and coordinating with the city for potential projects that involve children and community members is something I think that we should keep an eye on. Although we're in the midst of a COVID surge, this may be one of the last gasps of this as a true pandemic, and where many people are anticipating that we may be really moving away from this. Not everyone, but many of us. And that means this summer, next fall, that sort of thing, that we really should be looking to come together again. And so building community and coming together is something that at least Mayor Mates, and I'm certain community council member G, and I'm certain Mayor, what's Giselle's last name?
Hale.
Hale, yes, that's right. Mayor Hale at Redwood City would embrace fully, knowing their backgrounds.
Yeah, I'll actually add on to that community building, because when we were talking about the community events, I think the Redwood City Park and Rec director was there. I mean, and they talked about the successful community events and how important it was to continue to have them because of just coming out of COVID, and people need something to feel like a community again. But the tip was just stay outdoors, stay masked, try to keep it safe. But it was important to think about those things. And then the other thing, I think, if I remember correctly, that there's no other local funding initiatives that are competing with.
That's correct.
And they
Yeah.
mentioned
Not till
that.
fall, right? So we're,
Yeah.
okay, so we're good.
And then the other thing I remember was some of the traffic, family safety, that there's still communication efforts to try and educate people about the safety of Samtrans buses. And one of the things that was highlighted was that pilot to provide free bus passes for free and reduced lunch students, so that they were really proud about that. I think we approved that, right?
Do that.
We did.
Yeah.
Yes.
The consent agenda.
Yes, within the
Yeah.
consent. So I'll add on that. We actually received the bus passes last week.
Okay.
We've already, we just pulled the list of eligible students and families. So we'll be doing outreach to them to see if they are interested in a free student bus pass. Again, a pilot opportunity through Samtrans. The other thing I'll add to it is really just a shout out, particularly the city of Belmont, Bridget with Parks and Rec. Our sinkhole at Ralston is no longer a hole. It's a little bit muddy and a little bit messy, but it's not a hole. Actually, you see the two big boxes that were inside the hole and you're like, wow, that was a deep hole. So it just wrapped up yesterday and today.
Are the boxes still there?
The boxes were there at lunch today.
Gotta take a picture of them, see like how small you are, like next to the world's.
I'll show that also. You can see the backstop that they're in front of for height. Yeah. No, that got repaired pretty quickly this week. So hopefully kids will be back out there shortly. And it was a partnership with the city and we appreciate that support.
I think they also brought up that there's changes to bus routes in Redwood Shores, but it wouldn't impact the
The
school
bus.
bus.
Yeah.
All right, any questions or? Well, we appreciate you taking the time out to meet with the city officials and the feedback on how it went.
I mean, those conversations pay dividends, right? It feels free to reach out to people and that helped us just with the traffic situation. It was just a text, hey man, I need to talk to you. And then all of a sudden, Mayor Mates and I were on the phone together. And the next thing I know, our traffic problem was solved. So, those kind of relationships are super important.
Excellent. Great to hear. Okay, moving on down the agenda, we're up to item number 17, where we can talk about the board retreat agenda.
Yes. So our board retreat is coming up in a couple of weeks, the
24th.
correct? 24th evening. It is currently set to take place at the San Mateo County Office of Education, an outside venue, assuming that they have not changed their protocols.
So far, you're still good.
We're still good. Perfect. So we'll be at.
Did you say an outside venue?
An outside of the district.
Oh, I thought you meant we're gonna be out in the.
I mean, there wouldn't be much of a difference. So we'll meet, they have what I understand to be some nice facilities. I've actually, I've been in the county office once, and that was 2 weeks ago to pick up all of the testing kits. So I actually look forward to going over to the county office.
Because they've done a remodel, I think, so.
Oh, they're right.
Yeah, because for a while there was construction.
Oh, okay, okay. So this item is just to brainstorm potential discussion items. I will say my goal for this is to continue the work on our strategic plan, our mission, vision. I think there's quite a bit of work there, quite a bit of brainstorming that we'll be able to do to help inform the work and the path forward. I think also I might suggest that we consider if there's any governance topics that we want to discuss or take a look at. But certainly I want to make it a collaborative kind of evening, like our last one was. I know Trustee Vopali had asked about looking back at what we did the last retreat in August and maybe building on it. So any feedback that you have is appreciated.
Yeah, I asked for Superintendent DeGar to share that just because I know we saw the graphic, but it's been a while. And actually, I don't know. I must have missed the lengthy list of bullet points. So I think it's just really helpful. We brainstormed quite a bit. And I think, you know, we don't want to sort of jump to other discussion areas because I feel like there was so much that we covered that day. And there's probably, that's a great jumping off point. So I would just suggest maybe we start with this document and then think about ways of moving from just bullet points to actionable items that can be measured to some goal of success. Right. So that's what I would suggest.
And I apologize, I may not have shared that exact one. I may have put it in, I think I just shared the picture.
Yes.
But I wanted to make sure that all of our charts were memorialized.
This is actually really helpful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because I kind of saw that as like strategic planning next steps, because I know we're supposed to do a strategic plan refresh. But that initial brainstorming was just the first step. So we really should figure out what the next steps are. Because I assume at some point we involve the community, right? And just laying out that plan of how we're going to go about doing that.
I also would suggest that we circle back and rebuild in, confirm our equity work. I think there's definitely a next step in that in terms of the policy piece.
Because I did see in future agenda that we'll be reviewing the equity statement, but then, then you move to policy and action plan. So it'd be good to see the flow of what we're trying to do.
Great. Probably want to allocate a bit of time for district finances and parcel tax.
Yep.
And kind of the communication plan and, you know, are we going to do a state of the district again?
Okay, we're getting to a full agenda. I will say that I will include all those topics. My preference is probably to build in the mission, vision, strategic planning work for that. It would be my primary focus. Parcel tax updates, we do have some scheduled. I'll double check. I'm not sure that the actionable piece in terms of the resolution that's coming March 3rd, we're targeting it for. But certainly if we want to build in some other discussion about those pieces, we can. I will work out an agenda and President Leinbach, maybe you and I can reconfirm that.
Yes.
Okay.
I have one governance request.
Okay.
I was wondering, so I think we have 14 meetings a year that are general meetings. And we meet sometimes every 3 weeks and then all of a sudden we have a big break and we have heard on occasion folks requesting that we meet a specific time of the month. One thought I had was, could we go to a Q monthly schedule as opposed to Q every 2 to 3 weeks with a little bit more of a predictable schedule as we move into the next year, not this year, but the next year? And what would that look like? And could we cover all the required topics if we did that?
Certainly, yeah. I can come with a proposed schedule, see how that looks. From a staffing perspective, it just makes sure that we just have to make sure that we map it out. But we actually have a really good process to make sure that everything's on there. And for the most part, we typically stick to what we plan. Sometimes we delay things, but we'll do.
That sounds like a pretty full agenda. Any other items to discuss or to add?
Can I ask a question real quick? On the mission vision work, is that a working session to come up with a mission vision?
Not fully. No, I'm not,
Okay.
probably not. Staff and I have been doing a little bit of work on that. We've been thinking about structures. I think part of it is identifying and affirming that we have an aligned set of core values. And that we kind of prioritize our big objectives and what those objectives might be. Equity could be one with some more detail. And then once we have, core values and we have big objectives, then that's really the internal workings of that is our work to fill in how we get to those big places, keeping in mind our core values and what is that going to look like. So I'll probably look more for a structure for the strategic plan as opposed to the actual strategic plan.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you.
And then maybe at some point we could have a special meeting dedicated to that discussion because it's a big discussion.
That's why I was
Yeah.
asking, because I didn't see how we could have that conversation and have any other. topics.
Thank you for.
That's usually.
Yeah.
Like an all-day session.
Anything else? Okay, let's move on to the future board meeting agenda items.
And again, I won't belabor this one. I think you can see the topics that we have planned. If there's anything additional that you'd like to see on the agenda, I think that's up for board discussion.
Just quick question. On February 3rd, it says proposed instructional calendar 22-23. And I know this is around the time that we approved that. By that you're meaning next year's calendar, correct?
Yes. So that's our timing. Unfortunately, our timing doesn't necessarily align with Sequoia's timing. So Director Eastburn and I were just conferring with the RSFA yesterday, who has interest in this as well. Actually, in our contract, we have it delineates the date where we start to confer, which is around now. That said, we don't have an indication on what Sequoia's calendar will be yet. So we're trying to get that information.
I thought they usually are very early.
Yeah.
So
Historically, my understanding is they have been early. They had it by now, but the last several years they have not. I only have last year and this year as reference, but and I think Kirsten's reached out a couple times. I think we've all reached out via our channels.
So the only thing I would say is, traditionally, we've always tried to align our calendars, as everybody knows, and that's a really strong interest of the parent community, as you all know.
And I will say I have given that direction to Director Eastburn in terms of her working with our labor groups.
Okay, and then just sort of a corollary always to the instructional calendar is the board calendar. And so I'm assuming we, maybe not that meeting, but soon thereafter, probably talk about the board calendar and then we can talk about the issues you were mentioning, Trustee Howard.
Okay.
and will we have another COVID update in February?
I would love to say no because yes, of course. Of course. Yeah, I'll make sure we add that. I think we were all hoping that it would have been a light update this time. Yes, definitely. I'll make sure that we add that.
It might be a light update then. Could be a
Hopefully.
second COVID kind of update.
Everything's done. That's what I'd like to say.
It's going down.
Close the windows.
It's over.
Okay, I think we have a pretty good plan. All right.
March 3rd is when we're gonna vote.
Yes, March 3rd is the date where we'll approve the resolution for the, assuming we move forward with the postal tax. That happens on March 3rd. so that we can file it with the registrar in time.
It's not on the list. Is it?
They're not on there. It's probably on our other planning calendar.
Oh, okay,
It is there.
okay.
We'll make sure that we add that. Kirsten, March 3rd will be the resolution for the parcel tax.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, we did not finish our business in the closed session before, so we're going to reconvene to closed session. So I will call this.
Can I just make a suggestion? I know for folks that may be still in the audience, if we don't anticipate a report out of closed session, I think we can say that so that you don't have to reconvene.
Yes, we don't anticipate any reporting out from the closed session. So at this point, we will convene a closed session at 10:03 PM.